What is up, everyone? How's it going? Happy hump day! Yay, yay! What's up, Vampire? Kara, how's it going? Raintania? No, I do not still have those noodles. Those noodles killed my stomach. They were not even that great. They were not even that spicy. Yeah. You just got flashed by Linux. What's up, Balloon? How's it going? What's everyone up to this week? Goddamn. We got quite a few things to go through that are, of importance. I still got to make a video on one of them, but we're going to be talking about it a little bit. So I know everyone's been talking right now, about many different things. I know I've definitely talked a lot about the UK Online Safety Act, as well as, the EU chat control. But there's issues brewing back in the States, as we know. Many different other things there. Like that you make the shell login when you hop on, unless that was just a coincidence with the animation. No, that's the animation, literally. It's designed that way. It's a fun little thing. I figured it's kind of appropriate. Even funnier is if you actually look at the VODs, you get the hard drive crunching noise, like an old-fashioned computer starting up. Goddamn, I'm old-fashioned. Those were the computers of my childhood. I am old! I'm only in my 30s. But I feel like, you know, that grandpa on the meme, I'm tired of this, grandpa. Well, too damn bad. After installing 128 gigs of RAM and keep getting motherboard error 55, I'm done with hardware. Yeah, that's probably something going to your hardware anyway. Yeah, you ate them without SE and Linux enhanced milk. 99 Fahrenheit outside yesterday, felt hotter, but yeah, I can totally understand that. It's about 27 degrees Celsius, you know, civilized units, for those that actually, you know, live in proper society. Yes, metric system is superior. Yeah, anyway, back to what I was talking about a little bit earlier, and I was alluding to, there's a couple of bills that are making their way through Congress that are actually of serious concern before we get into some content reactions and playing some games. So there is, we've been talking about it a little bit on the Discord. If you're not a member of the Discord, you definitely should be. But let me pull it up right here. Let me get some TikToks. Damn, Vampire, you've been going crazy. Not complaining, just saying. And we'll get through all of that. But you have, hold on, let me pull it up. We had Congress House Resolution 791, also known as FADPA, the Foreign Anti-Digital Piracy Act. How do you join the Discord? The links are in bio. Or you can always go to discord.chiefgeek3d.com. I have it 302 just in case. The invite code should work there. But yeah, the links are always in my bio for all of my socials. But this bill here was introduced by Representative Zoe Lofgren, Democrat of California. in their 18th district, just to prove the point that it's not just Republicans that are ruining our rights, and why I don't play favorites whenever it comes to whatever, political parties in power. They're all horrible. So, what is this seeking to do? This bill establishes a process for copyright owners and exclusive licensees to petition U.S. district courts to block access to foreign websites or online services that engage in copyright infringement. Specifically, this bill allows a copyright owner or an exclusive licensee of a copyright owner to file a petition in U.S. District Court for the issuance of a preliminary order declaring that a foreign website or online service is engaging in copyright infringement. The petition must show that, 1, the transmission through a website or online service of a copyrighted work or live event likely infringes on the exclusive right of the owner. Basically, it's pretty straightforward where that is proving that. The bill outlines the process and time frame for the court to issue a preliminary order. After obtaining the preliminary order, the copyright owner or licensee may request for the court to issue a blocking order that requires certain broadband service providers to take measures to prevent their users from accessing this foreign website or online service identified in the order. This bill outlines the terms and conditions of such an order. So, basically, why is this bad? And you're going to probably give the answer of, oh, no problem. They ban it, I'll just use a VPN. Wrong! The problem is, as broad as the bill is, just from the little bit that I've glanced through the language over here, because it is a long bill, they're always long in legalese, a VPN provider could potentially be considered a service that is facilitating copyright infringement. Which means they could potentially, with FADPA, have ammo to block a VPN provider. Which, let's be honest, I know a bunch of you are using it to wave the pirate flag. I'm not judging, I'm just saying. Anyway, and this is only one of 2 potential laws that is going to be very harmful. Now, the problem is, we already have laws on the books that actually will fight for getting things taken down through DMCA and everything like that, but they are only limited to working in the United States, and as we know, the internet is an international thing. So essentially, the U.S. is creating a backdoor here to stifle free speech. Because if they have precedent to say, hey, we're blocking the internet in general just for this, what's to stop them from blocking other things? And the problem is, as I see it, is in the future, the internet may not be as free as we once had it, and then we're eventually going to have these carve-outs on the internet for different parts of the world. Did you look into the DRM on antenna? I have not yet. We haven't gotten to that. We just started with FADPA. But yeah. Do I think the new Tor update is bad for privacy? I haven't taken a look at it yet. There's a lot of things that have been happening. But on top of it, while you're like, oh, FADPA's bad enough, they have the Beard Act, which I forget what it stands for entirely. FADPA, as we just talked about over here, is already bad as it is. This is a bipartisan bill titled Block Bad Electronic Art and Recording Distributors. Block Beard. And it's including a mechanism for rights holders to request site blocking orders. So it's basically the same thing as FADPA, but just as bad. Yeah. Spend more time talking about I2P instead of Tor. The problem is with I2P is I2P is a little bit more complex, as well as the fact that you're only inside the I2P network. I2P is definitely picking up, but I would actually like to see more effort being brought to the Valid network, but that's still relatively new. It's only just about to hit its only just about 2 years after the launch that they've had of that. That was launched at DEF CON 31. I was there for the launch party. Valid, V-E-I-L-I-D, Victor Echo, India, Lima, India, Delta. That is what I see as going to be the better approach long term, but it's still very immature. It needs to be fleshed out. They're hoping to have a stable version by next DEF CON, when I was talking to some other people out there. Is this a total ban, or is this just about ID for VPN service? No, this would be a potential total ban. There is no ID for this. But basically, Just like FADPA, if the court classifies a website as a foreign pirate site, rights holders can go back to the court requesting a blocking order. At this stage, the court will determine whether it is technically and practically feasible for ISPs to block the site and consider any potential harm to the public interest. The problem is, well, the bill broadly applies to service providers as defined in Section 512K1A of the DMCA. The problem is, this is a broad definition that applies to residential ISPs, but also to search engines, social media platforms, and even DNS resolvers. So, this could have extremely wide-ranging implications. While it does not mention VPNs, because, of course, VPNs weren't really much of a thing in the public interest, public awareness back then when the DMCA was founded. Its broad definition of service provider could possibly be interpreted to include them. They banned websites in England as long as I remember. Yeah, it's so messed up. And, of course, our good old friends, the MPA and the RIAA. Was it the Movie Pictures Association, I think it is. And then you have the Recording Industry Association. I forget what they fully stand for. Those guys. You know, the same ones that were behind all of us getting all those piracy emails for many years and even bringing a lot of people to court. And this is unfortunately a bipartisan bill. There's already collaboration between the Senate and House going on. So let me do a quick little look up here. We're talking about... let's see if I can find it. Hold on. 102nd Congress. No, that's... Give me a sec. I'll find this. Senate bill. Blockbeard. Trying to find the actual bill here. I had it a while ago and I forgot to write it down. But yeah, there's a problem there. As I said, it's a bipartisan bill. It's both Democrats and Republicans. So for those of you that keep saying, well, you know, Democrats are better than Republicans, they're worse in different ways. I don't like really any political party or any politician. They're all horrible. Here we go. Pulling up the draft of the bill right now. Had to go through. So, there you go. This is the draft of the bill as it stands right now. It's 21 pages. But, yep. Foreign digital piracy site. This is going to be a real problem. What is your take on Kubernetes? I haven't really done Kubernetes that much. It seems interesting. Internet Archive and abandonware will cease to exist. Yep, that's the problem. This is going to seriously infringe upon free speech. As it is, copyright law is extremely broken and needs to be fixed. Disney did a whole lot of damage to ruin copyright law. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's something like 110, 118 years, somewhere around there, that copyright actually stands for. Originally, copyright was only about 50 or so years. Disney has really ruined a lot of the copyright laws, and look into it. You seriously will see Disney is the bad guy here. But yeah, it's a problem. Didn't Cloudflare recently start blocking access to these services? Cloudflare, unfortunately, has had to comply with the UK's orders with blocking certain things. They have to comply with DMCA requests and things like that. There's already mechanisms, like I was saying, for copyright holders to go after. But the problem is, the operator of the foreign online location that is subject to the petition under paragraph may not, later than 21 days after the date on which that petition is filed, appear before the court in which the petition is pending to contest the issuance. 21 days. I know you're like, well, that's like 3 weeks, you know, that's good enough amount of time. Not when you have to get your ducks in a row for them. We need to run our own internet lines. Running your own internet lines won't really do much. The reality is the internet has a lot more complex things. So they're talking about DNS providers. You're going to run your own DNS server? How are you going to get that DNS if, it's all based on decentralization? And then those servers that you're probably getting a lot of your calls from are not able to work anymore. What's going on? We're talking about the two bills going through Congress right now that may potentially ruin the internet in the United States. It's all happening at the same time. That's what's interesting. I mean, over in the UK, they're talking about the UK Online Safety Act. The EU's got the EU chat control. And then over here in the US, we have... Go away. I don't need you. We have the Foreign Anti-Digital Piracy Act, and then we have the Beard Act. Which this is the text for. The Block Bad Electronic Art and Recording Distributors Act of 2025, or the Block Beard Act of 2025. And this is a bipartisan bill. It's both Republicans and Democrats that want to bring this to the table. Like I've been saying, stop thinking one side's better than the other. They're all horrible in different ways. I'm sorry, but is it time to host a Tor node? Probably. I don't think you guys quite understand what I'm getting at. You run a Tor node. With legislation like this, they'll actually be able to block it. So imagine your ISP is then forced to actually block the IP address to your Tor node. What then? What, you're going to use a VPN when those VPNs then get, blocked also? This isn't hyperbole here. This is very concerning, especially with how broad the definition is in both of these bills. This one was introduced at the beginning of the year. It hasn't really done much. We can check the actions right here. I think it's still stuck in committee. Yeah, referred to the House Committee on the Judiciary. So this has been stuck in the Judiciary Committee for a while. This one, though... I don't think it's been officially introduced yet. I could be wrong, but it's making rounds. First Amendment. I don't think you understand. They've been chipping away at the First Amendment. The laws don't really matter much. Congress has been usurping the constitutional rights of us for years. The Patriot Act was illegal. What the NSA was doing was illegal. What a lot of Donald Trump did was illegal. Even certain things Democratic presidents in the past have done were illegal. Stop resting on your laurels with the Constitution's going to stand up for you, because the Constitution can't fight for you. It's a piece of paper. You have to fight for your rights. Not just a party, but for your rights. SSH tunnel to droplets. Surely ISPs won't block SSH traffic. That would never fly, even with IT normie. They'll block it. You're talking about morons in Congress that don't know the fallout of these things. Think about all the issues politicians have had, all the dumb things they've said, and you want to sit there and say, no, they wouldn't block it. They wouldn't block it, yeah. They don't understand half this shit. These bills are usually fed to them by lobbyists that either hand them the bill on a silver platter for them to pass it as is, or they pass the law with the advice and input of said lobbyists. You think I'm lying there? Go look it up. I hate that we have old people in the government who don't know nothing about technology. And the problem is, it's not just old people. It's not just old people. There are a lot of ignorant young people as well with how the internet doesn't work. This is what I've noticed, and this is not to toot the horn of my own generation. I'm just speaking on the actual trends that I've seen. Boomers, very illiterate with technology. Gen X can go either way. Millennials tend to be the most proficient with technology because we had to grow up with it while it was growing up with us. But then you see like Gen Z come about, and Gen Z, there is a lot of ignorance there when it comes to computers and stuff like that. And Gen Alpha isn't that much better, because you have to remember, these are the generations that were literally handed an iPad There's a lot of people in Gen Z I know that said they've never actually used a full-fledged computer until they were in college. I want you to think about that. Isn't the Supreme Court the highest court in the USA? The Supreme Court hasn't done jack in years because they've packed it with whatever people they want to have passing things. The Supreme Court also allowed the ID verification law of Mississippi. What, you think these systems of checks and balances actually work anymore once you actually get people unbalancing the scales for so long? Yeah, Gen Z is pretty tech illiterate. I do have to say that. They're not the most tech illiterate. That definitely belongs to the boomers, but there's definitely a significant amount. There's a reason why they're called Zoomers very often. Because they're not that far off from the boomers. We learned how the devices worked under the hood, so to speak. Yeah, that's pretty much how millennials worked. We had to actually, when we were building computers, get deep into it. Like, we didn't grow up in the era of, we're just going to go to Micro Center, grab all the pieces, and then install the operating system and done. Even back in the Windows XP era, we had to learn master and slave hard drives and DVD drives and floppy drives. And before you get on my case, why are you calling it master and slave? Because that's what they were called. It wasn't primary and secondary. It was literally master and slave drive. That was the terminology. And we had to do jumper configs on IDE drives with ATA cables. Or IDA cables. I grant you, legislators will write whatever, much like a grand jury would indict a ham sandwich. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we definitely are going backwards. Their knowledge is backwards or reversed to boomers. Yeah, and the thing is, we have no one but ourselves to blame because we didn't actually sit there and actually teach the next generation. We just handed them in front of an iPad and said, "Oh, you deal with this. Go play with the iPad." Chief, don't say that around Twitter. They will cancel you. On Twitter? You mean Elon Musk's Twitter? They've been restoring literal funny mustache aficionados. I don't think that'll get me canceled on there. Well, at least it won't get me banned. But the reality is, like, people don't want to understand the facts of the world and how it was and everything like that. But yeah. Back in the day, I wrote my own compiler. Nice. I should go full-time Linux, but new stupid anti-cheat won't allow it. Well, here's an answer for you, Anna. How about you actually take an ethical stand and say, I'm not going to use anything with kernel-level anti-cheat? There's thousands, tens of thousands of games out there, but everyone can make any excuse to keep themselves from changing. So I would say make the conscious choice to stand up for what you know is right. If you are just sitting back saying, well, I want to play this one game, tell me, how will one game make any difference in your life? You're not going 11 at all? A lot of video games are going to require Windows 11 because a lot of those anti-cheat things you're talking about are going to require Windows 11. I'm sorry, I don't know how else to break it to you. So those are your choices. I'm not trying to be like some person that's like, oh yeah, you need to be on Linux, but if your answer is, I'm not going to be on Windows 11 or that's your answer. All new games are pushing it too. PS5 the move. Well then, if you're going to a PS5, you may as well switch fully to Linux. Because PS5, that's BSD based. That's on Bazite. It's a Linux. Some people like it. I haven't used it. I like Pop OS. Everyone has their own choice when it comes to Linux. As if you've seen my content enough, you'll know that I don't believe there is one superior Linux. There's ones that are better for your workflow. There are cases where one's better for certain tasks. And, you know, things like that. But pick the Linux that you like the best. It's only when you start niching down to other, like, actual differences, like Kali versus Parrot OS, or Black Ubuntu, or Black Arch. But yeah. And all games could run on Linux. It's so messed up they have to ruin it for us. Well, yeah, it's because a few developers don't want to make it work. Because the issue is, and you've seen this on my streams when I do my gaming on Linux segments, every game works, and the only ones that don't work is kernel-level anti-cheat ones that they haven't made specifically compatible for Linux. Which means it's an issue of kernel-level anti-cheat, not the ability for gaming. They did it to us with Staples, with WinXP, and Vista. Yep. But yeah, it's, I don't understand why my system disk is full. What is that tool I used to use? That tree. There's some tools you can use to actually figure out what is eating up your disk, and then you can go through and clean it out. I have to clean mine out every so often. Although I don't as much anymore, because now I got 7 terabytes in the sky. Why Linux don't give kernel access to them? It's... If you do just a little bit of research, you'll see Linux isn't the one blocking kernel-level access. They don't want to develop for it. But let me put it this way. What Linux user is going to want to enter their password to elevate privileges to super user to play a video game? Where it literally will be running as root and have top-level privileges for your entire system. That is a security risk, just as much as it's a security risk in Windows. Kernel-level anti-cheat is a dumb idea and a very dangerous one. There's no way that anyone will ever convince me otherwise. If they have kernel-level anti-cheat, I'm not playing them. NCDU. Okay, there's JDisk. There's a few of them. Strudel.cc. It's music via coding. Interesting. What games work for Linux? I'll just show you my Steam library, and you can see. All of these games work on Linux, except Apex Legends, because they had the anti-cheat added that didn't make it work anymore. But it worked on that. But all of these games have worked on Linux, and I've been playing them. All of these. There's tens of thousands of games that work on Linux. Do all games on Steam work on Linux? Only the ones that don't have issues with kernel-level anti-cheat. There's a website you can go to actually check this out. Hold on. ProtonDB. If you go to ProtonDB, you can find a list of all the games that are on Steam currently that actually work on Linux. There you go. And if it says native, that means it runs natively on Linux. There's no compatibility layer needed. You have platinum, gold, silver, bronze rating. Now, some of these will get borked ratings, which means it will not run for whatever reason. As you can see, there's a lot on there. I played Far Cry 5 really well on there. But yeah, you can see there's a lot of games in here that get good ratings. A lot of indie games work extremely well. Are you planning to switch to Windows to play? F that, no. There's only one Windows machine I have over here, and that's because it's running OBS with my Elgato specific hardware that I haven't figured out how to get over to Linux yet. And even if I, let's put it this way, even if I were still on Windows, I'm not installing games that have kernel-level anti-cheat. It's a dumb idea. It's a dangerous idea. It opens backdoors to your system. And there's already been anti-cheat that's been co-opted as part of attack chains. Genshin Impact's or kernel-level anti-cheat was actually taken out to be able to disable antivirus on machines. And no, you didn't need to have Genshin Impact installed for it to work. They co-opted the kernel-level anti-cheat to infect systems and disable it. And Factorio works pretty well. My system, I'm upgrading apt in my system because I skipped 2 firmware upgrades. Yeah. Have you tried Atomfall? I have not, but I did pre-order Borderlands 4. So we should be playing that end of next week. I'm looking forward to that. Borderlands has historically all worked on Linux. It shouldn't be an issue. Just like Helldivers 2 worked day 0. What else did I play that was day 0? Cyberpunk 2077 worked day 0. Diablo 4 worked day 0. Path of Exile 2 worked day 0. Of the games that I've played, at least. Day 0. I know Warframe works on Linux. It should merge Linux with Windows, only taking what's best, like kernel-level anti-cheat. No. Kernel-level anti-cheat's a bad idea, and that's not a Windows thing. That's a developer thing. Developers could make a kernel-level anti-cheat for Linux. There's plenty of things in Linux that you need to elevate privileges for. But this is what happens whenever you need to elevate your privileges. That is going to turn people off. See, unlike Windows, where you can bypass user access control prompts, I'm just going to do a simple update here. Just to pull repos to do updates. I need a password. Windows is a horrible operating system that's designed for... It was never really designed for the modern world. What's your password for Linux? Blank, 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 blank. That's the other nice thing that's cool. So, I'm typing my password. You don't see my password. Linux is designed for securities in many different ways. And look, unlike Windows, I can upgrade my entire operating system. And when I say operating system, I mean everything installed on the system. So right here, look at that. I got GPU drivers, some file system stuff. Look, even Radeon upgrade in there. So this is mainly just Linux drivers in there. Not going to install that right now. And they can flat pack and containerize it. Why won't they make proper Windows? Because Windows sucks. Penguins take apples and chuck them into Windows and breaks them all the time. VPNs will not be banned. Most companies for VPNs are US based. That don't mean crap. You really think VPNs really hold that much of a power in terms of what they can do to lobby versus the motion picture associations, the recording industry? What, you really think they're gonna, not do that? Come on. You're being very delusional if you think that, oh, well, VPN's company, just because they're based in the US, aren't gonna work. I mean, stop it. It all looks indecipherable. Not really. It's pretty straightforward. Just text. What made you choose Proton VPN over others? Well, I've been using them for a few years, and I was doing a little bit of due diligence, and in terms of email providers, they were probably the best bang for the buck, as well as overall in terms of their principles. And I was migrating from my private email server that I had for a decade because it was starting to age out, and I was having issues where I couldn't get multi-factor authentication installed with it, and it was a pain to maintain it, so I just migrated everything over. And then, of course, all the other things they include with it, VPN, all that, just made it great. So, yeah, if you do want to get Proton VPN, check my link in bio and such, and help support the channel. The MPA still hasn't been able to stop the Pirate Bay. You're forgetting the Pirate Bay is an international, across the sea. The only reason they've been not been able to stop them is because they didn't have laws like FADPA and Blockbeard Act. What don't you guys understand? There's a difference between saying, hey, we're going to sue this company even though you're overseas versus, hey, we're now going to equip ISPs with the ability, not just the ability, but we're going to force ISPs to stop letting their customers access websites. Does Linux support every game on Steam and Epic Games? I want to move to it, but only if everything works. Again, it's a kernel-level anti-cheat thing. If kernel-level anti-cheat isn't a problem, it'll work. Kernel-level... So let me put it this way. All games will work on Linux, but kernel-level anti-cheat is what breaks the games that don't work on Linux. I'm not joking. That has been the issue every time I've played a game that didn't work. And you dive into it, it's the kernel-level anti-cheat. You can maybe get around some of it, but that kernel-level anti-cheat is a horrible idea. It doesn't block cheaters. It's more invasive and a security risk. Linux doesn't have people telling you to do reg edits to do basic stuff. You don't need it. Well, you're conflating things. Linux doesn't have a registry. Do you know what you use to modify the entire Linux operating system when it comes down to it? A text editor. Linux follows the Unix philosophy, which is that everything is a text file. Not only that, you don't even need to run the terminal if you don't want to most of the time. Look at Jay's 2 cents video where he was using Linux to play games and stuff like that. You don't really see him use the terminal when he was setting up his computer. You can run, you can install Pop! OS, go to the Pop! Shop, install Steam without ever having to need the terminal. What about softwares like DaVinci Resolve and other editing softwares? DaVinci Resolve has a native Linux version. I'll show you. What's installed on my computer? DaVinci Resolve. Look at that! Natively on Linux. Woo! I use Kdenlive, though. I prefer this editor, because I haven't paid for the full DaVinci, so it's kind of a pain to, you know, have to convert things. But this is how I make all of my YouTube videos. Sometimes you got a terminal. Even in Windows, you do. But yeah, see? DaVinci Resolve, right here. Probably a little bit of an older version because I haven't opened it in a minute, but... yeah, see? Boom. DaVinci Resolve. The only issue was for a while, and I don't know if that's still the case, you needed to use an NVIDIA GPU on Linux. And multiple distros over the years for games, and games are not it. Especially if you run an AMD card. Bro. This is one of those check yourself before you wreck yourself moments. What am I running? What's my GPU? NVIDIA 3070. Linux support has been fine on for NVIDIA for quite a few years. So I don't know why y'all are getting the myth there. Speaking from experience. And so am I. Now, AMD is definitely easier because it's built into the kernel, but yeah. What do you think about people going to extreme lengths like Cubes, you probably mean Cubes OS, or Graphene OS for privacy? My DEF CON phone is Graphene OS, and I've made a lot of content on Cubes OS. I like Cubes OS. It's not so much built for privacy as it's built for security because it containerizes everything. Now, you can make Cubes OS very private, but let's make it very clear. There's a huge distinction between privacy and security. Privacy, let's put it this way. Security is putting locks on your doors, putting bolts down, putting, you know, like 8-inch screws into the strike plate where your door's latching. That's security. Privacy is closing your blinds. That's a big, there's a big difference between the two. And a lot of people conflate them. Now, Very often, there's an overlap between the two, but they are two completely different concepts. You can be secure without privacy, and you can be private without security. But very often, both come together. Would you recommend more for operational security, a Windows system or Cubes OS? Well, depending on what you define as operational security, but Cubes OS is pretty good. You can run Windows on Cubes in its own VM and then route it through the networking and all that. I've done it. Is it the best workflow? That's up to you. But I like Cubes OS. I only use Windows when I'm at work and this Streambox over here because of Elgato hardware. Eventually, I'll sit down and replace my capture card there, but I would need to get something from like Blackmagic that has native Linux support, and then I can really start going down that rabbit hole. There are ways to make a Stream Deck run with Linux. One of my buddies has actually managed to do it, but I'd have a few pieces to switch over, like the teleprompter. Did you see that the Linux that has an 80s look and you can use SD cards like cartridges? No, but that does not surprise me. Where are you working now? Can you say? I'm working at a place that has cybersecurity. The only good Linux gaming experience I've had is with the Steam Deck. Awesome piece of tech. It's all right. I just haven't seen the need to buy one myself because I don't really do gaming on the go. And when I'm, traveling, I'm either driving or I'm busy with other things and I want to catch up on work and reading. How would I start a home lab? The same way I did originally. I started with networking. Networking is the building blocks, I say, for a lot of people that want to get into tech and cybersecurity. Because without understanding networking, you don't understand most of the modern world we live in. So the way I did that was I actually built my own pfSense firewall with a spare computer. Got an extra network interface card. You can get like the Intel, what is it, the X550s and all that right now. I forget what the series is that I basically put in my firewall now. But yeah, so you would get a pfSense firewall, and then you read the manual there. From there, you can start building out things, and then you can use that firewall as the base. Hold on. I'll show you what I mean by I learned networking from it. So you got a pfSense documentation here, and look, right at the beginning, networking concepts. I literally learned subnetting and all those other concepts from this manual. God damn it, I scratched myself. I scratched myself so hard I actually drew blood. But yeah, you can learn a lot of the networking aspects from this. Remember, I didn't go to college for like any of this. And then your subnet concepts. But this is what got me my basic understanding for networking. And I think this is very important. Not a lot of people talk about networking. If you want to understand wireless radio, Wi-Fi, ham radio is a great way to understand that because you'll understand signal propagation and such even more. Because most people, when they talk about networking, they know SSIDs, they know VLANs, they know WPA encryption, not to use WEP. They know those things, but very rarely do they actually understand how wireless radio works. And ham radio was something I wish I picked up a lot earlier, because by understanding ham radio and how signal propagation and all the different factors of the art and science of radio work, you're kind of flying blind with a lot of Wi-Fi stuff, and you're relying often on tools or guesswork that you could honestly figure out, for the most part, yourself with a little bit of know-how. Intel X520. Okay, yeah, the X520. I knew it was an X series of something. I couldn't remember what it was. If you're so smart, hacker, why do you work at Big Gov? Because you don't make money working for the government. The honest truth is government doesn't pay nearly as well as the private sector, and you really want to be at the beck and call and mercy of an administration that switches leadership very often switches priorities. You never can get things done because everyone has their different directives. And then on top of it, you're often at the beck and call of politicians that don't know their ass from a hole in the ground when it comes to cybersecurity. Look at all the politicians. Like, there's been multiple governors that have been told to their face, hey, you have vulnerabilities here. Like, there was a journalist, I think it was Idaho or Iowa. The election site was compromised because they really made it was not designed well. And when a journalist was asking the governor about the situation, the governor accused of him of hacking and tried to actually go after him. There's been many local cities that have actually tried to prosecute people trying to do ethical disclosures, finding compromises inside of the government. Why would I want to work for that? Chief, what is college and why does it sound like a scam? It actually is sounding more and more like a scam these days. Do you know how many people I know that are in perpetual debt because of college? It's not a bad thing for everyone, but it feels like a lot of people are going into college not knowing what they necessarily want, spend a lot of time and money, when I would have just told people, spend a few years actually working in the field, do something, become an electrician or a welder, you know, something you can easily pick up relatively fast and put money in your pocket. I started with the electrician track. It worked. And then I decided I like air conditioning. Is a Lenovo better than a Steam Deck? I presume you're talking about the handheld. Some people like it. I have no opinions on which one's better because I haven't really used them. But if it were me, I would probably want to give more of my money to Valve just because they've been doing great things to keep the open source community going, and they're the ones backing Proton and quite a few other projects and everything. What is the worst entry to cybersecurity? Going to college and thinking that a cybersecurity degree is going to immediately open you up to a cybersecurity job. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying it's improbable. Because a lot of the cybersecurity jobs, go look at them. They want you to have experience in IT for a few years before they'll even consider you for an entry-level position in cybersecurity, at least the technical ones. You might get a position in GRC and do a bunch of paperwork figuring out policies and, you know, a bunch of spreadsheets and everything, but I doubt most of you are interested in that. These days it is. Trade schools should be more popular. I've always been a proponent of trade schools. Trade schools are great. We have a shortage of plumbers. We have a shortage of electricians coming up. We have a shortage of pipe fitters, welders. People look down upon a lot of those jobs. I know one of my buddies. I can actually say this. Darko. Darko's a construction worker. If you don't know who he is, he's my IRL good friend. He's been here on the stream a couple of times. He's in the Discord, pops in once in a while, especially on movie nights. And he's a construction worker, but he knows tech really well. And he can explain the story better, what happened one day. But a woman was with her child and basically was just like, you know, do well in school or you'll end up digging ditches like these guys. And he stops her and is like, you know, I forget the exact back and forth, but basically put her in her place saying, I get paid over 6 figures and I have benefits. And I didn't have to go to college for this. Because he's also union. So, I think skilled trades are a worthwhile career and we shouldn't look down on anyone for their respective jobs. Because I'll tell you, some of those people definitely work harder physically than I do. And it's backbreaking labor. But it's necessary labor. Some cyber boot camps have labs that are slow. Yeah. I've actually never gone to the cyber boot camps. My labs have all been hands-on building my stuff. What do you think of Matrix and SimpleX? I run my own Matrix server. Which, by the way, if y'all want to join the community, we have a Discord server and a Matrix server. The Matrix is a little bit smaller, but the Discord is sizable. Discords have a little over 1,000. There's a few dozen people in the Matrix. Have you played Watch Dogs? If you have, what do you think about it? I've played it a little bit, the first one. Haven't gotten too deep into it. It's one of those games that I'm tossing around right now in a collection of different ones. it's definitely leaning more into the Hollywoodization of hacking, and it's kind of laughable, a lot of the things they do. Because I think the problem is so many people have a wrong idea of what cybersecurity actually looks like. And I think a lot of that has to do in part with Hollywood and, you know, games like Watch Dogs. Don't get me wrong, Watch Dogs was entertaining. But the problem is it leads a lot of people to have misconceptions about what cybersecurity actually is. And then there's this huge gap. Because I've met a lot of people that were like, I want to get into cybersecurity because, you know, it looked so cool and all that. And then they realize a lot of cybersecurity daily is pretty boring, even on the pen testing side. Especially when I tell them, yeah, half of your job as a pen tester is writing reports. What do you think about the panic button on Graphene OS? I mean, most phones have a panic button. I mean, iPhone has one. What is it? You tap it 5 times, it'll call 911. Android has that too. Actually, mine got me in trouble because it accidentally went off in my pocket somehow. Don't know how that happened. Thought about making my own VM and defend and attack my own things instead of slow labs. I mean, that's definitely worthwhile. There's plenty of CTFs around that. Now, if you're careful about it, you can also go to VX Underground and grab some malware to actually study it. They catalog and, you know, do research on a lot of different malware out there. If you go to DEF CON, you can get the entire hard drive of their collection for the past, you know, few years they've had. It's like an 8 terabyte hard drive, I think it is, that you need to bring. But you can get, like, all their research. I don't have that drive because I just have the 3 hard drives of hashing tables and the 1 Infocon drive because, well, I'm not going to have enough time to really go through the malware research. Maybe next year I will. What do you think about me and your partner? Up, you know the code, and I know... As someone who has a degree in electrical engineering, I staunchly feel that people should be electricians before becoming electrical engineers. Mechanics become before becoming mechanical engineers. I would agree with that statement merely because I've done a lot of repairs on my own car where I want to... If I had the ability to meet the engineers on some of the cars that I've had to fix that I've owned, I want to strangle them. Okay? We've all had those things where it's like, oh, an engineer definitely developed this because a mechanic mindset didn't. Because engineers will design something to be built but not to be maintained very often. You know exactly what I mean. You know those impossible angles where you have to get a ratchet on, something like that? Yeah. Electrical engineer, definitely agree with that because there's a lot of times where they don't understand the implications of having to service the different equipment. I came from an electrical background. What do you think about gray hats? Well, I'm not much of a person for hats in general, and gray just isn't my color. The movie Hackers is 100% accurate on social engineering, but 0% on tech. Oh yeah, but I love that movie. That's a classic. F-Droid is a panic button. Oh, do they? Oh, if you, it's a kill switch. If you click it, it resets it. Oh. I haven't played with that option on my Graphene OS phone, but I think it's great to have. You think we're already hacked by Big China? I will answer your question, but I will do a show and tell. I don't know why. Oh. It's because my ad blocker's getting in the way. But yeah, Salt Typhoon. That's an advanced, that's a, you know, a pretty advanced set of attacks that are being linked to China. Salt Typhoon actually compromised all the telecommunications networks of the United States. This was confirmed by the FBI and CISA. How did they do that? They backdoored our legal wiretap system. There's no such thing as a backdoor only for the good guys. They took advantage of that system. In fact, the FBI and CISA had to issue a joint statement. 1 second, let me find it. Hold on, let me find a better source for this. Oh, here we go. NPR. That's good enough. FBI warns Americans to keep their text messages secure. It's not often that the piece of FBI advice triggers a Snopes fact check, blah, 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 blah. The warning from the FBI and Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency highlighted vulnerabilities in text messaging systems that millions of Americans use every day. The U.S. believes hackers affiliated with China's government, dubbed Salt Typhoon, are waging a broad and significant cyber espionage campaign to infiltrate commercial telecoms and steal users' data. And in isolated cases, to record phone calls, a senior FBI official who spoke to reporters on condition of anonymity said during a December 3rd briefing call. CISA released a list of best security practices on smartphone users with specific tips for iPhone and Android users. Then we can pull that up so you can see it. But encryption is your friend for text and phone calls, Jeff Green, CISA Executive Assistant Director for Cybersecurity, said on the briefing call. Yep. They were talking about recommending end-to-end encryption. See? Best practice. Use only end-to-end encrypted communications. Enable fast identity online. FIDO. YubiKeys. Migrate away from short message service-based MFA. Use a password manager. Set a telco PIN. Regularly update software. Opt for the latest hardware version from your cell phone manufacturer. This is kind of iffy. The do not use virtual private network because it really depends on the VPN provider that you're using. But if you build your own VPN, you're cool. iPhone, lockdown mode, disable the following settings, protect your domain name system queries, Apple iCloud Relay. But yeah. That's officially from the federal government. And the FBI came out in a joint statement for that. So yeah. Love from Scotland. I'm in networking just now, but interested in cybersecurity and enjoy your vids. Well, happy hacking over there in Scotland. The other thing I know about Scotland is tartans, Braveheart, and haggis. Oh, and whiskey. I'm not trying to be offensive here. I'm just being honest. Oh, and the Highlands. Gonna go next year, but will be nice. Nice. VX seen him on X with cat pics. I'll stop being afraid. I just started cybersecurity and AI 1-year program. What advice would you give me? Tinker. Home lab. Don't be afraid to break shit. That's how you learn a lot of things. You're going to learn more from failure than you will from success. Just remember, even Thomas Edison, not my favorite dude, I'm more of a Tesla guy, but he had a great quote. When creating the light bulb, he did not fail 1,000 times to make a light bulb. He merely found 1,000 ways not to make a light bulb. So take your mistakes and your failures as learning opportunities to do better. That's my advice. Just reverse engineer. I'm in. Are you playing Among Us? I've never played that. Chief has more U.S. intel than the U.S. is willing to admit. Oh, China has more intel than the U.S. is willing to... Oh, yeah, absolutely. Do you know where Guyana is? I live there. Guyana. I want to say Africa, but I'm probably wrong. Nope, South America. I was wrong. I was in the right hemisphere, though. I mean, I got, like, the other half of the world right, at least. Still an F, but... Yeah, I was thinking of Ghana, too, for some reason. But that's a tiny country. It's also a 14-hour flight from Atlanta. Interesting. PGP plus end-to-end. I like PGP, but the issue is not a lot of people use PGP, and you have to pre-share your keys. So that's the only flaw when it comes to PGP, but that's asymmetric encryption. Yeah, I think it's asymmetric. My brain is farted out today. By the way I said that sentence, there you go. I think it was right there. Yeah, PGP is asymmetric. Wait, what? No, PGP is symmetric. God damn it, I actually studied this a while ago, but I haven't done cryptography in a minute. Oh, it's a hybrid approach. Okay. Never mind. That's why I got confused. Okay. Can you make kernel level cheats? No. And I wouldn't, y'all need to stop, like, being like, well, what about kernel level? It's unethical to use kernel level, anti-cheat. It makes no sense. It's a risk that's too big to take. And, oh, if your answer is, well, I needed to play this video game, find another video game. There's tens of thousands of other video games. There's tons of indie studios out there that are more deserving of your money than some of these big AAA titles that are pretty much the ones all using kernel level anti-cheat. Streaming, do you know where? Oh, yeah. Can you help me a Minecraft server? I don't know much about hosting a Minecraft server. But if your network can't connect externally, that would be a firewall issue on your local network. So you have to open the ports up, and then they have to be allowed through. It could be a routing issue to your device. There's so many different things that can happen. But I'm pretty sure if you hop on the Discord server, somebody will be able to answer your question there, because we have a few people I know that host Minecraft servers there. I just don't know much about Minecraft specifically. Maybe there's something I'm missing there, but for the most part, it should be the same thing as any other server. You have the ports open, you route those, you map those ports to be open to your specific device, and then should be able to connect from there, at least at the IP level. What certs do I recommend? Well, you're talking to someone that doesn't, what, do you think it's better to get certs or a BA degree in cybersecurity? Well, the honest truth is, I got into the field of cybersecurity without certs or a degree. The only cert I got last year, after being in the field for a few years, because I thought it'd be fun to do with a coworker, and I got my CISSP. That's the only cert I have. CISSP. I might go for CCSP, maybe OSCP if I have time, but that's more of a, that'll be fun to do kind of thing. That, and I do need to learn more about the red teaming side of things, but because I want to shift into purple teaming. How do you go about identifying hurt points ideal for automation? Well, if it's in my own flow, it's a matter of finding where your inefficiencies are for a lot of things. Now, in terms of threat automations, you know, like specifically SOAR, Scalable Orchestrated Automated Response, you first have to build a SIM. So you need to collect all your data and then get lots of data points to actually see where things are happening. The other thing that's very important is you have to socialize. You have to socialize with the different teams to figure out what are the respective pain points that they're having over there. In my case, I've automated, like, for CrowdStrike reduced functionality mode detections. I've automated 30-day auto containments with CrowdStrike, so if the device hasn't been seen in 30 days, it'll contain that device. I've automated the deduplication efforts of it, so if a host name appears more than once, it takes the oldest one and removes it, because that's IT recycling the machine out, or reinstalling. But yeah, Feels like anyone with $500 can just focus and pass. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about a lot of certs. Certs just get you to the point where you can vomit out knowledge and then pass a test. It doesn't really show much about how you've retained knowledge. There are vendor certs that can, be a little bit more specific, but those are specific to each vendor. A lot of what I've done is home labbing, journaling my efforts, and honestly, I got hired in part due to my GitHub with my Twitch automation, showing I taught myself a bit of Python and how to interact with APIs. That was what I did when I was in between jobs a few years ago. I was bored. And I needed to post when I'm live on Twitch to Mastodon. Yeah. Bro, what? Carriers are required to have government-accessible wiretap interfaces. Kalia in the U.S. mandated wiretaps sound crazy. Yeah, and that's literally how they backdoored the U.S. With the Salt Typhoon issues. USA act China and have access to anything. The U.S. This is what you need to understand. The U.S. isn't receiving any more things than it's dished out to other countries. You really think the USA, that has gone in, overthrown governments, isn't trying to compromise the intelligence of other countries? They're just not telling you. And do you think the U.S. media is ever going to talk about, well, this country is accusing the U.S. of accessing these systems and all that? How do you recommend getting in with a cert? And did you start entry level? Yeah, I started at an MSP. I started with a managed service provider. Technically, I worked at Staples as an Easy Tech and just worked my way up over time. Proved my skills, got my field experience in, made a journal, basically a WordPress, documenting all the things I did over time, attached that to my resume, in addition to the things I built, documented the things I did in my home lab. Another thing that helped was showing that I had my own domain name for my email address, because that showed people indirectly that, oh, I know how to do DNS and stuff like that. There's little things. How can you get better at bash scripting? Practice. Practice, 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 practice. That's how you get better with anything. You don't just do one thing and you're good at it immediately. You gotta practice. That's how you get better with it. How do I not make my network get psyoped if I say cyber? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I want to install Core Boot on my laptop. Have you got any tips? It depends on the motherboard and stuff you have out there. There's definitely plenty of blogs and stuff out there. One of my laptops is Core Boot on it, but that came with Core Boot, or specifically Pure Boot, which is Purism's fork of it. That's also why I'm buying a Nova custom laptop. Some vendors out there offer it out the box with Core Boot, or Pure Boot, or Libre Boot. Those are the three ones I've basically been seeing, but Pure Boot's just basically a fork of Core Boot that Purism's just refined for their own systems. But yeah, the ThinkPad T480S. I hear good things about the ThinkPads. I'm not sure about the procedure with the Core Boot installation. Some people have talked about how you have to flash the BIOS chip using special hardware. Some people say you can do different processes to do it, but you'll have to look up the documentation, because the other thing that's difficult is not all motherboards are compatible. There's also different revisions of different motherboards, and not every motherboard is going to be requiring the same steps to flash it. So what's a good laptop, essentially? The one that suits your needs. ThinkPads seem really interesting. ThinkPads are the GOAT. They were the GOAT back when they were IBM ThinkPads. Lenovo has done an okay job maintaining the brand. But I definitely like ThinkPads. They are definitely a laptop I often recommend to average everyday people, especially businesses. The only issue is because now Lenovo owns them and it's a Chinese brand. If you're doing government contracting, you can't use them. The U.S. mandates that in order to do government contract work, you have to use a U.S. brand. So at that point, you have to use like HP, Dell. You can use System 76. You can use Purism. Those are U.S.-based brands that I know of. No, and I don't think... Is Gateway still a thing? Well, not really. No, Gateway bought Acer. Wait, didn't Acer... Anyway. Wait, so U.S. brands only? Yeah, if you're doing government contract work, I had to deal with some government contractors when I was in an MSP, and we specifically had to order them Dell hardware for that case. But otherwise, Lenovo is what I go to. You know, some forums you can learn and pick up a lot on the deep web. Not really as much anymore. I mean, you can go to Dread. Dread is like the Darknet Reddit. Although, you're gonna learn some interesting things on there. There's some funny stories of, like, posts that I found on there. And then, of course, the Darknet Market Bible is probably one of the best tools you can use in terms of resources to learn a lot about OPSEC and a lot of privacy technologies and how to best use them, too. Darknet Market Bible. I'll put it up. Darknet Market Bible. And then we're going to watch a few videos before I get into, it's on GitHub. I think this is it. I haven't looked this up in a while. Oh, yeah. You may have to go to the darknet for it. Yeah, of course it's not on the Surface anymore. Is Graphene OS still a thing, or does the project lack developers? I still use Graphene OS. Hold on. Give me 1 second. We'll fire up Hunix over here. Gotta update it though first. Yeah, the Darknet Market Bible, it's a pretty commonly known thing. You may have to go to the Darknet for it, ironically. I'm gonna see if I can find it. 1 second. Just give me 1 second. I gotta update this because I haven't fired this up in a few months. If you don't know what this is Hunix. This is the way I access the Darknet. Basically, it forces everything over Tor in a way more hardened way. Everyone's like, use Tails. No. This is way more secure than Tails for that thing. And a lot of people that are using Tails aren't even using it right. Tails is really designed for you to be using it like on the go and using random computers. If you're using the same computer over and over, it's not making as much sense. And you can make this amnesiac as well. Yeah, QEMU. You think Tails is a honeypot? No. Tails is run by the Tor Foundation. And do you know who is one of the main backers of the Tor Foundation? The Electronic Frontier Foundation. If you don't know who those are, you should. Would you recommend it over other open source solutions? Would I recommend what? Oh. Yeah, I like Graphene OS probably better. The only issue I have with Graphene OS isn't with the software itself. It's solid. But I will say some of the developers are toxic. Not in a, you know, they're trash kind of way, but in a, they are not able to see that there's different approaches to the same thing. I got into an argument with one of the main guys on Mastodon. And this is the same complaint Louis Rossman also made, by the way, too. Along with several other people, too. Where, in my case, I was just talking about, hey, you know, look, I'm a content creator. So I'm going to go into different security technologies and talk about them. I happened to do the sin of talking about that I was going to be reviewing the Purism Librem 5 phone, as well as the Graphene OS, you know, and something like that. I forgot exactly what brought it about. But basically, I remember mentioning both of them. And they went on this rant about, you know, like, how it's crap and all that. And I'm like, you do understand some people's threat model is not using Google at all, including the hardware Graphene OS still requires. And not everyone has access to Graphene OS. So I'm just doing my due diligence to check out all the different technologies I can get my hands on. Yeah, they were pretty toxic. It went back and forth for a while. That there were quite a few people on Mastodon at the time. This was like 2 years ago, I think, at this time. Other people on Mastodon were kind of like taken aback at how Graphene OS was approaching me. Because I'm approaching it from, look, you both are technologies trying to attack, go after the same thing in different ways. Do you use TikTok Studio on Linux? No. So I actually have, I use OBS, but I have a stream key, and currently it's on the Windows PC over here, but I have OBS on my laptop, and I've tested it to work for my streams, but with multi-streaming, I have to use the Windows box because I use an Elgato teleprompter, Elgato lights, and an Elgato capture card. Eventually, I'll transition it over. Have you heard of Meld? Yes, and no, I'm not using it. There's something that just sets off an alarm bell when it comes to Meld and their approach on things. Not only that, it doesn't work on Linux. And I'd rather do an open source solution completely. Is there a phone with open source hardware and hardware with not proprietary? I think that'd be the Pine phone. But you'd be using the full Linux operating system, and the Pine phone is still... Like, full Linux phones are still not something I recommend. They're great tinker devices, do not get me wrong. But they're not devices I would recommend to most people, even those that are a bit more tech savvy. What? No, Arch? I'm disappointed. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, but my parents actually loved me and gave me plenty of attention, and I like to touch grass. Lucibel's daughter is married to the guy who played Spock's brother in Star Trek V, and he's the uncle of the Wachowskis. Interesting. Did not know that. How do you get a non-toxic contract job? That is a very tall order, and the best way you can do that is you can kind of figure out what companies, and again, this is kind of one of those things that you like are able to get a gut feeling on after being in the field for a while. You get a feel for it in the interview process. Unfortunately, there's no real way to know until you're in the interview process. Thank you for the follow, eating booty till the grave. That's a good one. That's a good name. They stopped on the Pixel 5 and I'm still using it. Yeah, the Pixel 5 no longer gets updates. I have a Pixel 7a. I'll probably get a Pixel 10 to put Graphene OS on it. But as I talked about in my most recent YouTube video, no, well, not the most recent, but the one I released yesterday, Google is throwing a wrench in the entire Android open source project. So releases are going to be slower because they're no longer doing active development. And it's also going to be impacting Calyx OS and Lineage OS and every other project, depending on Android open source project. Google is actually working to close the doors for everyone. They're Applefying, as I say it. Because now they're requiring you to sign certificates to, release your app starting in 2026 for Thailand, Singapore, I want to say Brazil, and I feel like I'm forgetting one other country they're doing. And then 2027, it's for everyone else. Can you run secure software on iPhone? Somewhat. The iPhone is reasonably secure for the average everyday user to begin with. The honest truth is I generally recommend iPhones more often than most people. Now, before you jump down my throat, when I say the iPhone is probably is really the most secure out of the box for the average everyday user, I mean it. That's if you don't count, Graphene OS, but Graphene OS requires you to get a Pixel phone specifically and then install custom software. If we're talking about you get a phone out the box, set it up, and use it, which one's the most secure and private? That'd be the iPhone. Now, it's by no means perfect. Don't get me wrong there, but I'm just saying from that perspective. Pixel's trying to get Apple fanboys, and forgot the OG Android guys. Yeah, well, the problem is Google is embracing the embrace, extend, extinguish attitude and philosophy that Microsoft had many years ago. And I've talked about this in the YouTube video there. Which, by the way, if you're not following the YouTube, you should be. I put my longer form videos there. I've actually been focusing more on making content for YouTube. And then when I live stream, I streamed all the platforms. And a lot of what you're noticing, the TikTok clips that are like really well done and all that, those are clips from my YouTube videos. So you're only getting chunks of the actual good videos. But yeah, anyway, they're just embracing what Microsoft used to do, the embrace, extend, extinguish. That is exactly the MO of what they did. They embraced open source, they extended a lot of its capabilities, then they extinguished a lot of people's ability to use it in competition. Do you think Graykey can get in Graphene or Cellbrite? No, there's actually documentation that has been leaked many times that Cellbrite still has tough times getting into Graphene OS. What do I think about PF firewall compared to IP tables? That's the reason why I like FreeBSD and why I prefer pfSense for my firewall than going with, like, say, a WatchGuard. WatchGuard is probably my one of my preferred firewall vendors that is still reachable within my budget. But overall, I still like pfSense better. Just because I have a background in it and I understand it, and PF is a lot better of a system, in my opinion, than IP tables and NetFilter on Linux. What setting do you recommend on Graphene? Well, you gotta be more specific. There's plenty of settings. And you can make Graphene OS ridiculously, like, secure. You can have a kill switch to wipe the phone. You can have it wipe after so many wrong passcodes. You can choose not to have Play Store or anything on it. You can customize it immensely. And do you use SIM card? I use an eSIM. The reason why I prefer an eSIM is a physical SIM can be disabled if my phone ever gets stolen. An eSIM, I can still, you know, have anti-theft software running on that. Of course, Graphene OS is a little bit more difficult because it's not, you know, tracking your phone with Google or anything. But with Apple's Find My iPhone, then, yeah. Pixel 7 Pro still solid on Graphene. I'm still using my 7A, so yeah. The easiest way to know if it's still supported. So the way it works is, with Graphene OS, you just want to make sure that, it's still getting support. So, I don't know if it's in... Yeah, it should be here. They had Lineage over there. Alright. But anyway, if we go to the devices over here, and this is endoflife.date. I love this site. You should know this site. So, if any of these phones still say security updates, Graphene OS is still supported. So 1 year ago, they ended support for the Pixel 5a. In 1 year from now, they will end support for the Pixel 6 and 6 Pro. The 6a in 1 year and 10 months. The Pixel 7 in 2 years. 7 Pro, same. 7a, where I'm at, 2 years and 8 months. So as long as you're still in support, because it's building off of the Android open source project, yeah. Thank you for the follow, not Little Tim's. Snort versus Suricata. I use Suricata. Does Graphene OS have anything in common with BSD when it comes to allocation of memory? No, it's a Linux. Is eSIM more secure than the physical SIM? In the way that if somebody steals your phone, they can't just disable the SIM for anti-theft systems. But otherwise, it's the same capabilities. Well, hold up. There are some securities that you can do to enhance an eSIM over a physical SIM. But your average end user is not going to be able to use it. So Zscaler and Cloudflare both offer a service, and there's other companies I've heard of, where you can, it's a corporate system, so it's not like you, the average everyday user, are going to be able to use it. Where you can get an eSIM programmed by them, and they can have additional hardenings around there from like rogue towers and stuff like that. So let me get it. Zscaler Mobile. So, hold on. Is this the one? No, I think this is not going to be the one I'm thinking of because that's ZIA. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Zscaler Cellular. Many companies do the same thing, basically. But the idea is... There's an image down here. There we go. So imagine there, you have your cell edge, and then it has to pass through with their eSIM all the data going through the Zero Trust Exchange. So for an enterprise, that's a lot more secure, especially on mobile and IoT devices that you can't fully manage sometimes, like the IoT especially. So there's a way that you can harden it a little bit more by using an eSIM, so you can programmatically change the route on that eSIM and basically just program it to have whatever route you need. Now, the average everyday user isn't going to really have access to this, but an eSIM can be more secure than a physical SIM in a couple ways. Why not rock Lineage OS? Because Graphene OS has a lot more hardenings. Still got 2 years, just snagged one after finding out a 9A was locked. I actually snagged a Librem 5 since I couldn't find a Pine phone. Really? You couldn't find a Pine phone? That's interesting. So more than just the Cloudflare and NextDNS app? Oh yeah, this is a whole other level of security for your phone than those things. Use Signal or Molly? Well, I haven't rolled Molly in many years. No, I use Signal. They were sold out on the main site? Really? I know that Pine has been having issues. And I know they killed off the Pine Phone Pro. Come to think of it, they might actually be having different issues for a while because, they haven't made any new devices in a minute. I do have the Pinebook Pro. It's an interesting device, by the way. Not something I use that much. Actually, where is my Pinebook Pro? Yeah, the smartphone. Pine phone. Well, they have it. They have the Convergence version. They just don't have the, beta version over here. They got it in stock. What do you think of Veracrypt? I don't know if you can see it at the bottom of my screen, but yeah, I use Veracrypt. Yeah, the Pro is what they're discontinuing, which really upset me because the Pro was a little bit more powerful, and I wanted to pick up the Pro to turn it into a Kali Net Hunter. But yeah, they're discontinuing the PinePhone Pro. But yeah, I use Veracrypt for my encrypted containers. I even use it a little bit at work. I like it because it's cross-platform. I can run it on Mac, Windows, and Linux. Did you buy a lifetime subscription or you pay monthly? For what? Best way to remote into a Windows machine outside my private network using Linux. Ramina earlier today. I mean, there's many ways to slice this cat. I mean, you can go a little bit old school, TeamViewer, stuff like that. Those are still viable options. But I need a SSH to be enabled on the Windows machine? You don't have to. You don't have to SSH if you're talking a Windows machine. Windows machines are actually designed to have GUI remoting in. You basically just need to recreate RDP, more or less. But there's a few ways to skin this cat when you're talking about Windows remote administration. Why is pfSense a good OS for a router, and why would someone use it? Because pfSense is a firewall, not just a router. It is a tank. You have way more customization and options with pfSense than you do the off-the-shelf router stuff. So you can build your own router, too, with pfSense, like I've done. For example, I can do a few things that most off-the-shelf routers can't do. I have a cell backup with a cell provider that could fail over within like 5 seconds if my primary internet goes down. I could have as many internet connections as I want. I have an aggregated connection with 2 1 gigabit connections going to my switch. So all the way up, I can have it go to, full bore to 1 gigabit connections, and that's to my NAS as well. So I have the ability to have that much bandwidth locally without having to spend the amount to go to a 10 gigabit network. Eventually I'll put 10 gig, but that's money, especially on the PoE switch. And I can do VLAN tagging. You can't do that with off-the-shelf routers. There's a lot more you can do with pfSense than you can do with an off-the-shelf router. And it's actually used in quite a few data centers as well. There's a lot of capabilities that pfSense has over others. Can you get eSIMs anonymously? Yes. There are ways to do that. There's one provider I've heard of, and there's a couple others out there. But there's one company I've heard of, Silent Link. I played with it a little bit just to see if it actually was legit. Pay in Monero or Bitcoin, but Monero is more private. And then you can get an eSIM attached to your phone. So, $98 a year, $9 one-off, data only. There's a few other solutions out there, but it's totally viable. Now, I'm not endorsing that system, because also you should know that it's voice is not available on that. You would have to use SMS, apparently. Well, not SMS, but like Signal, things like that. It is totally possible. Yeah, legacy mobile voice call services are not provided. But yeah, it's totally a possible thing. There's many different providers out there. But you can also, you could, for example, go to Mint Mobile, create an entirely disposable email, connect that in, set up the account there. I think there's a way to pay in cash with that. I could be wrong. Basically, if you figure out ways to pay in cash, you can do it. What kind of end host do you use? I don't know what you mean by that. Never mess with AI? Yes. So, well, if we're talking specifically LLMs, I use Amazon Q at work. I mess around with ChatGPT, Claude, and a couple others, and then I've run LLMs locally using LM Studio. But yeah. Alright, let's reboot my VM over here. How about Proton AI or Instant Watch List? I haven't used Proton AI, but I hear some people like it. Proton's fine. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. Now I'm curious. Yeah. Get your updates. That's the perils of not launching tools for a while. Alright, let me see if I can find... Okay, so... I'm curious if Dread is gonna let us in. Because Dread's kind of... Oh, it's working. Do you have a U console? I do not. I did see a cool setup for U console I want to get. That's over at DEF CON. Oh yeah, this is the darknet version of Reddit. Doesn't look that much different. Does it? I'm trying to find... One of these subreddits has the, Nope. One of these subreddits has the Darknet Market Bible, but it's been a while. Hold on. Hold on. Just do that. You can look for the Holy Bible in both the iOS App Store and Google Play Store. I love the trolling in this. When people are like the darknet's so scary, half of it's just trolling each other. No different than the regular. But yeah, you can probably go through Dread and find it. But you find some interesting discussions on there once in a while. I just haven't been here in a minute. So, hold on. Let's see. No. I'll dive in and find it later. I know I found it a while ago. I just don't feel like showing you some of the things that I'm probably going to come across. Darknet Bibles on Monerica? Okay. Yeah, it's been a few years since I looked it up. That's why I'm like, where is it? Because, like, I think the site that I found it on was, taken offline years ago. I think I actually stumbled across it in Silk Road. Let's see. Education. I think it'd probably be under education. Knowledge, Wikipedia, research. The other day, but I'm sure Monerica has it. Well, they have the OPSEC Bible. Well, it was not what I was looking for, but this might do. Who knows? It's probably the same thing. Just different name. Okay, the gateway should be up now. Damn it, I forgot. I did not set up my, clipboard to work between these. Now I gotta go there. Education. Yeah, I'll find it later, but... Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you. /site/darknet market Bible. There we go. Let's give it a second. I should... Why are you having that enabled? Doesn't matter. I don't really use this VM for anything other than recon. But this right here, the Darknet Market Bible, like, look, you have sections for operating systems. You have sections for KeyPass XC, PGP, cryptocurrencies, a whole bunch of different things. that was actually years ago what kind of gave me my drop to start filling the bucket of my knowledge when it came to a lot of that stuff. Opens your mind into how you can secure things. Oh yeah, PGP is a must. In fact, if you go to my links, you'll actually find my PGP key on there. And if anyone happened to get my business cards while I was at DEF CON and you got one, that has my PGP fingerprint on it. Anyway, let's go through a couple of videos. I don't know why my browser is kind of laggy to load things. Probably because I just got to restart it. All right, what did I have set up for? Okay, so we're going to watch the ATSC 3 update because that was a video I know you could buy tech, etc. semi-safely. Sure, if you want to call it that. All right. All right, so this is a video that was shared to me by one of the mods. For those of you not aware, you can put links in the Discord for me to actually look at, and I might even review them on stream. Apparently, they are working on a way to lock down over-the-air TV, basically require DRM on it. So even if they have the license, broadcasters could take down a TV network. It's really scary, but we're going to watch this video. I haven't seen it, but I've read up on a little bit about this. It's called ATSC 3. So let's see what he has to say. I've seen this guy before as well. He's talked about a few other radio things, because if you don't know, I'm a ham radio operator. I like my radio technologies too. And we'll see what he has to talk about. It's called DRM High Noon.
Hey everybody, it's Lon Seidman. We are back with another update on our efforts to stop the encryption of over-the-air television signals. If you have not been following this story, the nation's largest broadcasters are trying to impose an encryption standard on over-the-air TV that takes authority away from the FCC and puts it in the hands of a very small group of broadcasters. Not only does this impact consumers...
No, this is not how CNN got pwned.
...to impact TV stations, even if they don't want to enable DRM. It is called high noon. That is not my definition, but what the broadcast conglomerates are calling it. And what it means is that after a date certain, they can take individual stations off the air by revoking security certificates, even on non-DRM protected channels. There's a lot to unpack here, so let's get to it. Now, this story comes from a filing in the official docket from Weigel Broadcasting. Weigel is an independently owned broadcast group. They have a number of TV stations throughout the country, and they also have a nationwide digital network that runs on side channels on many other broadcasters. They reach 96% of U.S. households in 100.
That's a lot of houses they reach.
Markets. You probably know them from MeTV, which is their most popular flagship, which runs a lot of classic television on over-the-air television stations. In my market, they actually own a station in Hartford, Connecticut. This is one of the low-power stations. And as you can see, they are very good at making efficient use of the broadcast spectrum.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
They intend not to encrypt their content when ATSC 3 goes live. And the reason is that Weigel actually depends on real viewers watching their television stations for their advertising revenue, unlike the direction the rest of the industry is going in, where they collect broadcast retransmission fees whether you're watching their channel or not. So Weigel has not been using DRM on their channels. They're also opposing DRM on the FCC.
I thought they were going to be the bad guys, but apparently they're the good guys.
On that in the past, along with many other independent stations that are very concerned about losing viewers once this cutover happens. And that's because the receivers that tune into this encrypted content are so much more expensive than the current ATSC 1.0 tuners. And the whole reason why they're so expensive is trying to meet the requirements of the flawed DRM rollout.
Right, they need a cryptographic processor.
That even if a TV station is not encrypting their content, they still have to go through the process of getting a security certificate.
Oh, God.
The A3SA. And the A3SA, of course, is run by this billion-dollar broadcast TV conglomerate. And these folks can set the rules, and these rules are under NDA. So the second the station goes to them to get the certificate so they can stay on the air, the A3SA puts them under an NDA.
What the hell?
They don't talk about the rules at all. The independent broadcasters have no say in what goes on as far as these rules and how they're enforced are concerned. And a very small group.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Of these member broadcasters can change the rules anytime they want and essentially pull somebody off the air. Now, how can they do that if the broadcaster has an FCC license? Well, the reason is that all of the certified tuners have to go dark if a TV station is not broadcasting its signature that comes from that certificate that they can only get from the A3SA under an NDA.
I'm going to pause this again for a second. Do y'all, many of y'all don't probably remember this, but when the DTV standard came out, digital television, a lot of TVs no longer could work with over-the-air TV because you had to get a digital converter. And now all the TVs you buy now have DTV built in because obviously that's pretty much a common standard. So you're going to go through the same thing all over again, but what I think these TV networks don't understand is a lot of people aren't watching regular TV anymore. Very few of us do over-the-air TV. I'm one of those people that was thinking about going back to over-the-air TV. I was thinking about getting an HD home runner, running an antenna on top of my roof, and then have that piped out through the network, because I have Roku sticks around the house, and you can have an HD home runner attached to it. But even then, I'm kind of iffy on it, if I'm even going to do that. But stuff like this is going to harm it, because a lot of devices that people would use wouldn't even be compatible, because a lot of the TV equipment out there now doesn't have compatibility with this DRM requirement.
And so Weigel did a test in a lab where they took out a bunch of televisions and they sent these TVs a signal that wasn't signed, and most of them denied access to the channel by the viewer.
Ew.
Sometimes they could tune off and come back in, but it puts a big message up on the screen here that says they can't get access to the television station.
Ew.
And so, in short, the broadcaster certification role is usurped by the A3SA, which is normally an FCC function, and they're going to force broadcasters into an agreement with the A3SA as a precondition of transmitting in the new ATSC3 format.
I don't like this at all.
The broadcaster has no intention of implementing DRM, and even for programming that is not DRM protected. So why haven't we seen this out in the wild yet? Well, the reason is that it hasn't yet been implemented. But the broadcasters have been calling this effort high noon, and the high noon date was supposed to be June 30th of this year, but they delayed it in March for reasons, Weigel says, that are not clear to us. And of course, none of us will know because it's all under
NDA.
However, I think the pressure that we've been putting on the broadcasters and the FCC to look at this DRM issue closely is probably why it hasn't been turned on just yet. But once they flick the switch, it is going to create a lot more problems out there. And if it becomes part of the standard, the FCC is essentially ceding its authority over to private corporations at the expense.
And I don't agree with that. Look, I'm not a big fan of the FCC, but I'd like them better than corporations.
And take over everything in the economy, including our right to watch television over the public airwaves that we own. So why are the broadcasters implementing this? Well, this goes back to some of the initial reasons for DRM, which is that they're concerned about deep fakes and broadcast hijacking. But if you read a little further into
what does that have anything to do with it?
The real reason is about having TV stations redistributed without their permission.
Yep.
Now, they also note that courts have
It's all about the
shut down those
Benjis.
streams like Locast, so they have the full weight and power of the U.S. government to shut down all of these things that they're concerned about, but that's not enough. They have to make it even more difficult by encrypting the public airwaves and essentially taking them over by a private, opaque process that puts everybody under an NDA. And I went back and looked. When was the last time a TV station was actually legitimately hijacked? When was the signal taken over by somebody else? The best example I could find,
Yep,
the only one,
that was the only one I could remember.
1987, where some criminals took over a microwave feed in Chicago and replaced it with this homemade max headroom thing. They were able to do it a couple of times. They never caught the people that did it. And what they did is they essentially overpowered the microwave signal that was going from the studio in Chicago to their transmitter. So they were able to get in before it transmitted, and that was how it got out. And as you can see, the anchor there is like, what the heck just happened? So I did go back and look at other examples, and most of them were mistakes that happened within the TV station's transmitting facilities. There are really no examples beyond what I just showed you of a signal getting legitimately hijacked. It is really hard to do. You have to have a lot of technical expertise, a lot of power to broadcast.
It's not that simple.
And it's just not something that is easily done. Now, you could, of course, hack into the TV station.
Yeah, 38 years to implement this nonsense.
The encryption and signing. So I think it would be possible to do that even with this signature, and that's probably the...
It is so hard to hijack a radio signal, as he's saying, because not only do you need to have this technical know-how, but you need to be in the right place at the right time with the right equipment. And that equipment ain't cheap. Like, seriously. It was easier a few decades ago compared to what it is now. So I don't buy the issue of what they're saying, well, it's for security. There's really been no security issues with TV networks as far as we know. Like he's saying. And yeah, this is just feeling like they want to like control their profits and all of that stuff. And I don't like this at all because this is going to reduce the amount of people that can watch regular over-the-air TV. And that's also going to lessen people's ability to have access during emergency comms. Look, I already had an issue where people are trying to take away AM radio. Like, a lot of EV cars don't have access to AM radio. And I really think all cars and all radios should still have AM radio, because AM is a lot better for emergencies. The signal goes a lot further. So in times of emergency, you can cover potentially an entire state with a broadcast. So even if you're in an area like, say, hurricanes that happen, you can still broadcast from a safer part of the state to the people that are affected by a hurricane on the coastline when the infrastructure's down. It's all about controlling the message. Yeah, that too.
Way people would go about hijacking a signal. Now, there was a more recent example of an emergency alert system getting hijacked on a couple of different TV stations in the country here. And what happened here was that the hackers went and downloaded the manuals for this EAS system, and they were able to log in with the default credentials because the TV station never changed them. So this wasn't an example of something legitimately...
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
...being hijacked so much as it was very poor security on the part of the TV stations. So I can't see a reason for this. There's also no reason for DRM because it doesn't work, but this is the high...
Yeah, DRM doesn't really make sense, especially in this case.
But hopefully the FCC will be getting the message that this is not rolling out the way it should have, and it has led to more expensive tuners. It has led to very little consumer adoption of this new standard, which is better beyond the DRM for consumers. And we're at a point now where we have to do something to move this transition along. And I think the only way to do it at this point is to not allow DRM on the public airwaves. That will do it for this one. Let me know what you thought down in the comments below. And until next time, this is Lon Seidman. Thanks for watching, and we will continue tracking this story for you.
WeChat.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely will not, like, I'm not the biggest fan of the FCC. I've had my complaints about how they slice up the spectrum and things like that. But I will overwhelmingly support the FCC over random corporations to control our airwaves, because as much as I would like to believe in the ideals of the free market, let's be honest, when you're talking about large corporations, their primary driver is money. And it's not always in the interest of the consumer. So, yeah. Definitely concerning that they're going to be changing this, but, I mean, trying to do this. Thankfully, it hasn't really been adopted, but concerning nonetheless. But yeah. Why do I feel like these people just put all these files, these on file years and bring it up on lunch? Well, probably. They're just finding any excuse. They're trying to say security, security, because now people care about security, but that's not really why they want. They want to secure their wallet. So, we can watch a couple more videos here. This one's a little bit longer. I do want to get into. That one I definitely will probably want to check out. This one, the Built My Own Phone, we'll probably get into that on Sunday. But yeah, and there was somebody that ported Morrowind to Elden Ring, my favorite video game. But what about my wallet? Well, Capital One's in your wallet, taking all your money. All right, but we got another video over here. The $1 trillion fantasy, why a super app will never work in the USA. So if you haven't been familiar, Elon Musk has talked about wanting to make an everything app, a super app. You know, he wants to turn, you know, he bought Twitter to make it into the super app to be everything. But here's the problem, and I've said this myself, we'll see what they say in the video. The idea of a super app is incompatible with American culture and just the way we do things. The reason why it ended up working in China was there was this perfect combination of the government doesn't allow a significant amount of competition. There's still, like, you know, competition out there, but not in the same way. You usually have to be blessed by the government. And they would rather see fewer markets. And not only that, the culture of China is radically different. Like, they use QR codes for everything, to the point I sit there and I'm like, that's a little bit worrisome. They use their apps for all kinds of payments and everything. It's really interesting on that side of things. But the American economy is just not suited for a super app. Not only are they the monopolistic aspects of it, but the logistical aspects of it. So let's watch this. If you're not familiar with it, we're probably going to be talking about WeChat and a bunch of other things. And we're going to see why Elon Musk is not the genius that everyone claims him to be. I've never really been a fan of Elon Musk. A lot of people are realizing that he's just a rich guy that has a lot of money to throw around and hires the people with the actual brains. He's not really that much of a genius. He's kind of the guy living at the peak of Dunning-Kruger effect forever.
Has 1.3 billion monthly users. Inside it, you can do almost everything. Text your friends, post stories, buy train tickets, send money, book appointments, all in one app. This is the super app, and for tech companies, this is the dream. All the users and all the money. So why don't we have one in the US? Why can't the West seem to build its own super app? Okay, but let's take a step back. A super app, as you might have guessed, is one place that...
Yeah, all the eggs in one basket. Worries me too.
Not just the obvious ones either. You can post and browse friends' socials, watch videos, follow businesses, follow influencers, shop and order food, book transit, book event tickets, hail rides, rent bikes, pay bills, book appointments, send and receive...
Now, my understanding is they have these little mini apps inside of it. It's a super app because you can have all these little applets inside.
Or insurance, and that's just the start of it. WeChat is the everything app in the literal sense. Pretty much everything you could ever need is on this app. It's a super app. And it's not just China that has one. Japan's own super app, Line, is used by over 70% of the population, and Korea's Kakao Talk has over 90% of the country's market.
Interesting.
But the
Didn't know
West,
Kakao Talk was that.
America, Europe,
I've
and
played with it a little
Oceania
bit.
Don't seem to have one, and it's not for lack of trying either. Facebook.
I love how they finally pulled up Elon Musk.
It has a social feed, news, groups, events, marketplace, VR, and even direct payments. But Meta's actual plan is a bit stranger. It's WhatsApp, but not in the US. The app is pivoting to a super app overseas. In
Just
Brazil,
bring back Google
you can
Plus
pay
without the
businesses
Google.
directly in chat. In Mumbai, you can buy metro tickets through WhatsApp messaging. In fact, as of
Interesting.
2025, 19% of all ticket bookings are made through WhatsApp. And it's pretty clear what Zuckerberg's inspiration is.
I've never really used WhatsApp in that way. I didn't know that had the capability.
Message and buy from a business all in the same WhatsApp chat. His biggest competitor has the same ambitions.
Then again, I hate
Musk acquired
WhatsApp.
Twitter, he's been pretty vocal about his aspirations for X. Back in October 2022, he said, "Buying Twitter is an accelerant to creating X, the everything app." And his moves have become more and more drastic. He overhauled the platform and started adding financial functions like Visa payments through X Money. They've also acquired money transmitter licenses in 41 US states. But that's just the beginning. There are plans to add investing and trading, and even a physical debit card tied
Oh
directly.
yeah, WhatsApp has phones now. I've seen those.
And like Zuckerberg, Musk has pushed for a
Wait, one sec. What did they say there? Must.
directly to X Money.
Okay.
And like Zuckerberg, Musk has pushed for a deeply integrated AI into the platform. But these two billionaires are just the tip of the iceberg. Many companies are also trying their hand at consolidating everything you need into one place. Uber has
I don't like that
ride-sharing,
idea.
food delivery, and more recently, scooter rentals. And they also have Uber Cash and courier booking. They were even looking to acquire Expedia to move
I wouldn't
into
really say
travel bookings
Uber's
too.
a super app because you have
It's the same
Uber
thing
Eats
with
and then
PayPal.
Uber.
They
Two
redesigned
separate
the app,
apps.
incorporated online shopping, bill paying, crypto trading, and budgeting. They even call this app the PayPal Super App. It seems like everyone is trying to make one. Even more companies than those here are racing to create an app you buy, trade, message, and post on. They all want you to do everything on their app. After all, that gives them more
Yeah, I'll never
control,
use
more
XPay
money,
either.
and more power. But it seems that's just not happening, at least not in the US. Facebook is actually dropping messenger payments.
Really?
X's super app features are typically fringe and unused. Uber's acquisition of Expedia fell through. The other big candidates here are Apple and Google, but they don't seem to be chasing the stream, at least not anymore. Apple and Google Pay let you register cards, tickets, even IDs, but keep everything else in separate apps. It
Yeah.
seems like they realized people like doing a lot in one app, but there is a line you can't cross. People don't want to do literally everything in one app.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that either. It feels like it would be clunky of an experience.
Pedaling out, backpedaling, or just going nowhere. With this many attempts and resources, surely we'd
Mark
have a
safe from Zuckerberg.
right?
I drive for Uber Eats and can't afford to order from them. Oof. That's upsetting.
2024, the German Institute of Transport Research published a critical article about super apps, in which we see this. It seems all these companies reach stages 3 or 4, where they grow so big they move into all kinds of other industries. Social media companies move into commerce, finance, investing, and all sorts, but they struggle to get to stage 5, the super app. What's the barrier between 4 and 5 that's stopping a Western super app from taking over? Let's
Culture,
start with
maybe?
the more obvious one. People in China and the United States are very different. But in what ways? Well, let's look at an explanation from a university in China. China embodies more collectivist cultural traits.
I do not consent to
emphasizing that
Facebook using my
individuals should work
photos.
for the good of the group. There is a strong emphasis on community values such as solidarity,
I don't use Cash App.
family cohesion,
I use
as
Venmo.
well as individual responsibilities to society. Chinese culture prioritizes mutual social support, harmony, and conflict avoidance with a focus on close internal relationships. The
Yep.
focus is more on the group, aka collectivism. With WeChat, this is online collectivism, which results in close-knit, trusted networks. Social media is supporting China's traditional values by virtually linking a vast collectivist society. WeChat, with all kinds of functions, feels communal rather than intrusive. Whereas in the West, the focus is on individualism, a person's own merit and value. People like to express themselves individually.
Yep.
We might think of that being our fashion, music taste, car, or job, but it's in almost everything, including the apps we use. DoorDash or Uber, X or Blue Sky,
Right.
American Express or Bank of America, iPhone or Android, Spotify or Apple Music. People in the West love to express themselves, even down to the
a good
apps
way to
we
put
use
it.
every day. Cramming
Sponsored by
everyone into
Alibaba
one app
AI.
removes a lot of that individuality, but this actually runs very deep, much further than personal expression. Think about it. In countries which are either republics or democracies with individual voting and changing governments, there's a resistance against consolidated power.
Yep.
Even with the tech giants we have today, there is a limit. Many of us don't like it when one group gets too much power.
I was just gonna say, like,
If one company
everybody
wants
liked
you to
Mark
do
Zuckerberg, then he
everything,
got big, then we hate him.
naturally start getting suspicious.
Yep.
In Western countries, there is a more pronounced skepticism towards large corporations and the data sharing, which could hinder the acceptance of super apps. And
that
there's
gray dark
good
color.
reason for that.
Not
Many
really.
tech giants have proven they can't be trusted, and regulations need to be tightened. One study found that 92% of Germans are concerned about data security and want tighter regulations.
I agree with them.
People in the US think their personal data is less secure now, that data collection poses more risks than benefits, and believe
yet
it is now
politicians don't do
possible to go
crap.
through daily life without being tracked. With tighter laws like the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act in the EU, it's no wonder why we haven't seen a super app. Asian markets generally have looser regulations regarding data privacy and antitrust enforcement compared to Western countries.
It's interesting they say that. I had to pause for a second because China has PIPL. They have a privacy law for consumers that's better than U.S. consumer protection laws. So China does have regulations around it. Canada has, PIPEDA. South Africa has POPIA. The EU has GDPR, but the USA has nothing.
This is why WeChat hasn't exploded in the West. The New York Times shared that those all-in-one functions that the platform provides will make it an ideal one-stop surveillance site for Big Brother.
Yep.
The skepticism isn't universal. 56% of Chinese citizens, the highest of any Asia-Pacific country, said they're willing to give their personal data to banks, telecom providers, and retailers. One Chinese respondent said she wouldn't be so concerned if her name, gender, or phone number were leaked on WeChat. Only if her private chat logs were hacked would she start to worry. But even still, she said she would likely continue to use WeChat because it's so indispensable to daily life in China.
Yeah, but that's a patchwork of state laws. Federally, there's nothing.
Is it even possible? As it turns out, yes, but maybe not in the way you would think. Elon Musk decides Twitter is going to be for everything and you're going to like it. Yet, no one seems to be thrilled about that. Though there is one.
I agree with
company
abolishing the Fair Credit Reporting Act.
Not X, not Meta, not even Apple or Google, but actually Amazon. And their approach seems to be a bit different. Many people already do most of their shopping on Amazon. Almost
Unfortunately,
40% of US e-commerce is dominated by Amazon alone, and their lead is massive. Yet, that's somehow just the tip of the iceberg.
Kind of weird to think Walmart is the second largest. I mean, it makes sense, but it just blows my mind just how big of a gap that is.
And we work with most insurance plans, so you don't have to worry about it.
You can also
That's part of the video. I was like, is that an ad?
Automatically every month with Subscribe and Save.
Yeah, I'm not going to Amazon for my pharmacy. F that. Costco gets my money.
Amazon is secretly doing everything. You might know Amazon Pharmacy.
75% of X is
Prime Delivery,
NDA.
Prime Video, and Prime Music, but there's so much more. You have Amazon One Medical, aka Healthcare, Amazon Fresh Groceries, Amazon One for fast biometric checkout.
Yeah, not doing that.
Audible, Kindle, Twitch TV, Prime Gaming, Amazon Photos, Amazon Wardrobe, Amazon Kids Plus, and yet somehow even more. Much of this is under or linked to the Prime membership.
Yep.
The only thing missing is a social media platform. But for virtually everything else, the company with the super app is Amazon, though it doesn't all seem to be in one seamless app. In fact, they seem to be getting more segmented with Amazon Pay being its own app, and that might be the key to success. None of these sound the super app alarm which brings regulators and the public swinging. They just seem to be more Amazon perks. Amazon also isn't boasting about a super app like Zuckerberg or Musk, but instead quietly building out every type of service you could ever need under one roof, just not one app. And this way, customers in the West don't feel strange or resistant. Every service feels more opt-in than it would be under a single app. And if you haven't already, you should opt in to subscribing to Logically Answered. We're working on getting to 1 million subscribers by the end of this year, and we're over 80%
But yeah,
there. If you hit subscribe right now, we might
I
just
think
be
Elon
able to
Musk is
pull it
in
off.
trouble with the whole idea for a
Amazon
super
has
app.
secretly built a super app, or the closest thing to it. Will the West get its own WeChat someday? It's possible, but it's highly conditional. A 2023 survey found plenty are open to a super app if trust and the data security boxes get ticked. And
Yup.
I just can't see that happening for a for-profit company.
I don't see it either.
The closest we'll probably get is what Amazon is already doing. But here's a better question.
Amazon is like A to Z, everything you need in one place.
Super app. Companies want
If you actually pay attention, the Amazon logo has the A to Z highlighted as part of it.
But it goes deeper than that. Having more of your habits and life under their influence gives them more power,
Yeah.
which gives more opportunity for someone to overstep the line. So it's probably for the best that we don't have a super app and that the West is inherently against the idea. Amazon has been dominating so many industries, yet it seems like their main shopping experience sucks now and is essentially a fast yet expensive Temu. Check out this video next to see how Amazon let their e-commerce empire suffer. But until then, I'm Hari and I'll see you guys.
But yeah, I don't really see a super app happening in the West. I remember when Elon Musk actually announced that idea, I kind of just laughed it off, like, dude, you really don't understand the U.S. culture. That would work in the East because of the ways he mentioned things. But in the U.S., that's not going to happen. And I think this whole idea of him making Twitter a super app is a failed project. And I don't know how much money he's bleeding from Twitter. I don't know. And the funny thing is, I've been debating unprivating my Twitter every now and then I decide against it. But that's also because of things I've talked about over on Blue Sky and Mastodon, if you've seen. And I'll have a deeper video on YouTube eventually talking about it too, where the issue that I see is Musk really effed things up. You want me to pay, what is it, $8 a month to get Twitter Blue so that I can then have a reasonable chance of my content to be discovered? When Blue Sky and Mastodon have given me way more engagement than I ever had even in Twitter's heyday. I have on Blue Sky 3 times the following, on Mastodon 2 times the following I ever had on what you call it? On Twitter. And I made that in about a year and a half. And then on top of that, I would have to pay another $20 a month in order for me to be able to use my cross-posting tools, because he put a paywall behind the API. And that also killed a lot of InfoSec Twitter. And there's a reason why a lot of cybersecurity professionals are no longer on Twitter. And if you don't think that's the case, when I was at DEF CON and B-Sides, the majority of speakers did not put their Twitter handle up as they had done in the past few years. They had Blue Sky and Mastodon handles and their email. I think I saw on one hand the number of speakers that actually put their Twitter handle out there. But yeah, he's probably burning the candle at both ends when it comes to Elon Musk. I think it's gonna, doom him, but yeah. The Bird app, yeah. Oh, you redeemed the light set. I forgot that was a thing I have to set up. I don't have it set up to tie in, but there, lights are out. All-in-one Chief Geek 3D app. You're not getting a Chief Geek 3D app. I'm in Africa. Elon Musk's satellite is getting bigger. Well, that's because there's not too much infrastructure in the whole of Africa for a myriad of reasons. One, the continent is vast. Like, I think a lot of people in the West do not understand just how large Africa is, because the maps don't really show accurately. But also, yeah, I mean, you have satellites that can go everywhere, but the satellite thing, yeah, Africa is 3.1 times bigger than the United States. How many Texas is it? Oh, it's large. See you later, Infinity. Have a nice day. But yeah, Africa is 3.1 times larger than the United States. So if we're talking Texases, it'd probably be 5 or 6 Texases. Texas. If you have multiple Texas states, is it Texi or Texases? How do we define that? The underwater fiber, if Africa is in need of a major upgrade, satellite does make sense. Yeah. 45 Texases. But yeah, it is definitely a large area. And another thing that I learned about Africa that was really interesting to see their tech was they leapfrogged in a lot of their technology because they didn't have to go through development stages like we often had to do in the West. What I mean by that is, from what I was understanding in my research, cell phone technology is a lot more prolific. They were doing payment systems through SMS for years, as I recall. But that's because the systems over there were a little bit more fractured, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, the cell phone industry was kind of interesting because more people had access to cell phones because landlines were not really able to have the infrastructure to thrive there. So a lot of people are relying on cellular internet. Like, it's really interesting. Microbanking was supposed to change the game there. Yeah, well, like many people in the West, they took advantage and screwed over the people over there. You know? It was neo-colonialism, if you will. Screwing over the poor people of another continent with some idea that they thought was going to make them rich. I mean, you even saw, what was it, Akon had his Akon City he tried to, like, do, and that's basically turned out to be a scam. Maybe he had his heart in the right place. Who knows? I mean, it can't be worse than P. Diddy. Same with X and Grok. What about them? But I think Twitter is just declining. Like, from everything I've read, the user base on there is declining. And the number of bots still on Twitter, it's massive. People using them there. Yeah, I can see that. People still use Facebook and stuff like that, too. What I recall is Facebook had a light version developed for low broadband networks. Let me see if I can pull this up. There was actually a Facebook Lite. I remember this reading or what? He's integrating Ripple payment. Yeah. I doubt it. Everyone's been like hyping up Ripple for years, and I'm sitting here like, yeah, one more crypto BS thing. Okay, so they do have an app. Of course, there's not much in terms of Ripple was supposed to be a cryptocurrency that was supposed to take over the world. And it was like this whole thing to go on after Swift payment systems. And it just kind of did nothing. But yeah, as I was talking about, Facebook Lite. So this is a lighter version of Facebook that was actually designed to run in 2G conditions. So it's an extremely low bandwidth version of Facebook. And this was developed, like, look at this, 1 billion plus downloads. This was developed primarily for areas where you don't have a lot or reliable data. More or less, if you think about it, this is what Facebook used to be. Back when it ran on 2G. Like, doesn't that look like a very minimal version? Yeah, well, I've heard about Ripple Tech for like so many years being everywhere, and I heard about it was going to be everywhere about a decade ago, and yet still here we are, not anywhere to be seen. I think people need to... Dog, just come over here. I think people really need to get over the hype of that stuff. Thank you for the follow, Mignod. Hey, Poppers. Hey, Poppers. Hey, that Popper. He's a ball boy. Hey, that ball boy. He's a good dog. Did you want to come and say hi? Yes, Barack. Yes. He's a good dog. That's one of my 2 dogs. He's the younger dog. He's an attention whore, just like his brother. Open coin now, XRP. Elon was one of the founders. That don't mean shit! Elon was also one of the people hyping up Doge for so long and pumping it up. Let me put this in perspective here. Hey! Thank you for the raid, your Lucky Clover. How you doing, buddy? Thank you all for joining me. My name's Chief Geek 3D. I'm a cybersecurity professional. I talk about a bunch of cybersecurity stuff, and somebody just took a little few points here so that I could have complete lights off. I'm doing great. We were just talking about a few things. We were talking about why super apps couldn't work in the US. We were talking about there's a couple of concerning pieces of legislation. There was HR 791 that was actually, well, there's 2. There's also the Block Beard Act that Senator Tillis, I think it was introducing. Basically, these potentially could ban VPNs because of the broad definition of it. So we were going through legislation, going through technology, helping some people understand things to help their career and stuff. I keep doing that. Keep hitting the wrong button. Tonight is not my night. Anytime I hear Elon back something, I become 30% more skeptical. Yeah, I can believe that. Is that spam? What spam? Oh, that would be, yeah. Oh, Hydroid. Oh, no, that I think that's her little thing. How was DEF CON? DEF CON was amazing. Got a bunch of DEF CON swag here, so if you can't see, I've got my DEF CON shirt from last year. We've got my DEF CON flags up. I've got my little mini laptop over here, which I brought to DEF CON. This is the laptop that I hacked together with the cell phone modem. Even had them CNC my logo into here. So that was pretty fun. And then a little while ago, we were showing, this was last stream, we were showing off a Stingray detector to detect rogue cell towers out there using this little guy over here. I actually put the instructions on how to use this. Just a regular 4G hotspot, and then if the green line ever turns red, that may potentially be a little indicator that you have a rogue tower in your area that is intercepting cell signal. Yeah. Electronic Frontier keeping the VPN and privacy on their back. Absolutely. Yes, and the Electronic Frontier Foundation is definitely an organization I recommend everyone check out. They fight for our digital rights and freedoms. They're a nonprofit I will always shout out whenever possible. But yeah, it was really awesome. Thanks for asking. DEF CON was great. I'm going to be actually at GurCon probably in a month from now. So there's another cybersecurity conference in the Midwest. And then yeah, so this is the season for all the cybersecurity conferences and meeting up with all my hacker buddies and everything. I'm really looking forward to it. We do still have to dive through the InfoCon drive because we have like all the talks from DEF CON 32 and a bunch of other stuff. What was it last year when I got back from DEF CON? I was showing everyone all the retro hacking content, like the stuff that I learned when I was a little kid, how to make a self-destructing laptop with thermite. We also had the video that was showing me how I social engineered for free pizza back in the day. It was really interesting when we did all this. Make it out to HouseSecCon. Love to buy you a beer. Let's see. Is that HughesSecCon? So Houston, I take it? I want to go to DEF CON, but I have no tech experience. I know plenty of people that came to DEF CON and didn't have any experience, so it's really great. Look, DEF CON is something for everyone. Like, literally, they have programs there for kid tracks. Like, they have DEF CON Next Generation, which is geared towards the next generation of hackers and teaching all these kids cybersecurity concepts. And it was really cool to see a bunch of kids. Like I tell y'all, in DEF CON 31, I had my butt beat in a password cracking competition by a 9-year-old little girl. Her dad was so proud. Yeah, so I'll have to try to make it out to HughesSecCon. There's been a few different tech events that I've definitely wanted to check out in the South. It's just a matter of money, and I definitely want to one year make it out to TwitchCon. But yeah, DEF CON was a blast. B-Sides was a blast. Had tons of little fun things. I got to meet one of my favorite content creators, Naomi Brockwell. She is one of the best advocates for privacy technology. I actually got a selfie with her. And I got to pick her brain on a few things, which is really awesome because she's part of the reason why I make privacy content. It was an inspiration to really go out there and, put my, educate people on privacy tech. See? So I got to meet her. I also ran into, let's see, we got Parrot Assassin, for those of you in my community that might know him. And we got Empress Digital. We got to hang out at the voting village where she showed us how she was hacking voting machines and how they're easily compromised. That was actually a really great video. Yeah, the tech event stuff is really cool. Oh, yeah, it's really fun. And we get to tinker. Of course, I got to do plenty of lock picking. Here's a funny picture of me in line for one of the aerospace badges. Actually, I have that right here, I think. Hold on. Where did I put that badge? I gotta bring my DEF CON badges again. Did I move that? Damn, moved it. I'll have to find it another time. But yeah, I have the badge that lets you listen to airplane airbands. So you can actually listen to the ground and pilots and everything talk on the little badge. And then it also pairs up with my ADSB tracker so I can track planes and listen to everything on the air. That's really cool. I also got to run into Ham Radio Crash Course. One of the ham radios operators that I love to follow. Hack voting machines, pull ROM and reboot. Oh, it's ridiculous to see how easy it is to compromise voting machines. Like, no joke. So, like, they're secured with a tumbler lock. Now, if you know any bit of lock picking, those are one of the easiest locks to mess with. You just got to get a tumbler lock pick. I got to pick up one myself. But for those of you out there that are into lock picking, Sparrows is my favorite company for that kind of stuff. You can also get them from Tool. Lock picks. Hold on. Let's show you. My lock picks are upstairs, as well as my everyday carry one. Because one of the things I get to do in my job is I get to actually do physical security bypasses pretty often. I've actually messed with the digital lock over at work. The funniest story, I think I told some of you this, but since some of you guys are new to this, this channel. So one of my buddies, not my buddies, my boss, he wanted me to see how vulnerable the physical access system was. I'm like, cool. So I took my Flipper Zero, I scanned the work badge because it's just RFID. RFID is really simple, 125 kilohertz, I think like 16 bits of data, so not a lot. So the encryption's not that sophisticated. And then what I did was I used my LLC to go get a free sample of a Proxmark card and cloned it onto that, but then to do an added advantage of that, the GG tag is a reprogrammable e-ink badge, and I put his name on it, and then I one day badged myself in, and he looked at me, he's like, that's not your badge, and I looked at him and I said, I know, it's yours. It had his name on it. The funny things we can do. But anyway, if we're talking about lockpicks and everything, Sparrows is one of my favorites. They have pretty great lockpicks. They were out there at DEF CON this year. They just didn't have any new toys because I have a nice set to begin with. There's also the, what is it? Covert... Lockpicking Lawyer is, like, I think behind Covert something, Covert Tools. Some of... Chat, you may know what it's called. But you can get, like, this little night school over here, which is nice because you can get, like, a basic little starter pack here, 3 different types of practice picks. But where was the Tumblr lock? Or was I thinking of a different company? They have the safe cracking stuff. That was a fun little lab that we did a few months ago when I was at Hackers Teaching Hackers. There was a CTF to crack a safe, a CTF to get around physical intrusion systems without setting off the alarm. There was a CTF also to shim a lock. So you had to shim a lock using a pop can. It was fun. Should I get a Flipper Zero or a lockpick set? I'd honestly say the lockpick set's probably a little bit more practical for things. The Flipper Zero is a fun toy. Do not get me wrong. It is fun to play with, but the use case for a lot of it is pretty limited because when you go to use it, it's like, okay, you're using the thing, and then it sits in my bag most of the time. Like, I've used it to open some, garage doors and parking lots and things like that. Of course, disclaimer here. Only hack things you have permission to hack. Don't get in trouble. 2.4 gigahertz limitations. Well, you can add... So, let me pull this up. I think it was called the Mayhem. No, wait, that's something else. So, you can get expansion boards for the Flipper Zero. Hold up. I don't know why this computer's rendering a little slow. I think I just got to reboot Firefox. But at the top here, they have GPIO pins, general purpose input-output, and there we go. So you can actually put an expansion board on there. Now, Flipper Zero does not have Wi-Fi built. Yeah, Mayhem. That I was thinking for Hack RF. Yeah, you're right. I do need to get a Hack RF Porta-Pack eventually. But the Flipper Zero over here, you can use GPIO pins to expand the capabilities. So you can use like an NRF chip. There's also the ESP32 expansion boards. So you can then do all sorts of things. Now, out the box here, you can at least do Bluetooth, NFC, RFID, sub-gigahertz, infrared. So I've actually used it when I lost my remote for my air conditioning. It's probably the thing I used it the most for my mini split. So it's not really, I would say, as expensive as it is. You'll probably get more practical use case if looking between a lockpick set and a Flipper Zero with a lockpick set, because there's a chance that one of your relatives is going to learn that, you know how to pick locks and you're going to get called for it. I got arrested for letting my aunt in out of her house. Well, almost got arrested for letting my aunt in her own house. It was the funniest thing. So one of the neighbors was a nosy Nelly, and my aunt got locked out of the house. So she called me, and she's like, hey, I locked myself out of the house. Do you have lockpicks? You do have your lockpicks? I'm like, I can run home and grab them and be out there. Because, if she calls a locksmith, they're going to do the exact same thing I do, but charge her $200 or so. Whereas I'm like, make me lemon bars, we got a deal. Because Fatty needs his food. So I, was working on the lock, chilling and talking with her while I was, figuring out how to pick. By the way, be careful when you're picking locks that you use, because if you drop the pin, you can possibly break the lock. I gave her the whole, we'll hack for snacks, of course. But be careful when you don't hack locks. Pick locks you actually rely on, because the issue there is you can possibly break a lock if you pick it. If you drop the pin, you can break it. So keep that in mind. I gave my aunt the whole spiel there, but I also told her, like, if the lock breaks, I'll go get you a new one. It's no big deal. Anyway, so her neighbor was a nosy Nelly, calls the cops, even though my aunt is right there, Cops show up, see me in the middle of picking the lock, and my aunt's there like, no, I live here. This is my nephew. He's just helping me in the house, and like, why do you have lockpicks? And I'm like, I work in cybersecurity. I work over at that. And we, do that. It was the funniest thing. Like, they were ready to arrest me, and it was like just then when I got in, my aunt grabbed her license because her wallet was right on the table and showed, nope, live here. Yeah. So they just asked me a bunch of questions, and then let me on my merry way, because that could be a kind of shady thing. That is also why, if you work in cybersecurity, my advice would be get to know a good lawyer. You will need a lawyer more often than you realize. A lot of times you'll be doing things you know are good, but are going to get into gray areas. It's always good to have a lawyer that you can call and say, hey, I may have to do this. Am I going to be in trouble? And then he reads you through the whole thing. Like with the lockpicking thing, is like, well, with what you do, it's fine, but if you ever get in trouble, give me a call. I'll get you out. Lemon bars sound so good right now. Oh, lemon bars are great. Especially the ones my aunt makes, because she doesn't make it with, like, straight-up processed sugar. She makes it with, like, what is it, like, monk fruit, agave, something like that. So it's not as bad. But, yeah, totally. Yeah, we got a lot of fun projects to do. I still got to get the CPU upgrade for this guy as well. And then we'll probably be able to run this with Minecraft on the go if we want. I love this little guy. If I recall, Ohio's one of the dumb states that doesn't let you openly own lockpicks, as it's considered a tool of crime unless you work in a related field. Yeah, that's the catch-22. Because there's like, I think 4 states, Ohio is one of them, that if you have lockpicks, they are considered criminal instruments just by having possession of them. So if you get caught with them, you must have a reasonable case to use it. In my case, I can say, look, I do physical pen testing. Look, I have enough of a pedigree where if I actually do get caught for it, then it's no biggie. Probably spend it most of the night in jail. Haven't done that since my teen years, but the worst part about it is it's uncomfortable and some of the people don't shower. Okay, probably not the worst thing about it, but I wonder if being in lock sports helps. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, like if you're in the hacker world and you're going to a hacker convention, there's always going to be a lockpicking village. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's always a lockpicking village, because what do hackers do to pass the time except pick a lock? Or learn how to pick a lock. I've taught so many people when I was at DEF CON how to pick a lock. There was a few ladies that I saw get into it, and a few children that I also helped walk into it. Not as many guys I taught this year on it. It's really cool to see the diversity is increasing in the field. That's always really awesome to see. But yeah, I need to bring back the DEF CON badges I was doing. Oh, by the way, we still need to work on this little guy over here for Start OS. I keep forgetting I have this, even though it's like right here. This is the Start 9 mini server. It's not a bad little guy. It's like a Core i7, I think, in here with 32 gigs of RAM and a 1 terabyte NVMe, I want to say. It's not a bad little guy. Last time I was asked to work our booth, I sat at the lockpick section the whole day. So much fun. Oh yeah, it's really fun. It is really fun. I love, getting people into new parts of tech and cyber and always blowing their mind with different things. Like DEF CON. I told y'all we had like 1,700 people with Meshtastic, right? Meshtastic, for those of you not aware, is a local communication off-the-grid system you can use. This is a Meshtastic device. I should have a few more around here, because I think I have my LilyGo T Echo around here. And then I know my LilyGo T Deck is upstairs. Oh, somebody was asking me about the LilyGo T Pager. We talked about that before. I definitely want to get my hands on that. And I'm hoping maybe next year I can actually get into Parks on the Air. I think that'd be kind of cool to set up a Parks on the Air setup. LilyGo. Yeah, LilyGo. Well, it's Lily, I think it is. But I think it's a T Pager is what they have. The T pager is the one with the e-ink display, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this little guy. That thing looks sweet for off-the-grid comms. And I like the fact that it's got the little folded-in antenna over here. That'd be really great to have. I don't know why my browser's being a little... I probably just updated it and I need to reset the flat pack. But yeah, they have an 868 megahertz version there. Kind of curious why they have a 920 when they have the 915 over here. It's so close in the band. But yeah, that looks really cool for off-the-grid comms. And you can do AES encryption on all of these, so you can do an end-to-end encrypted communication with your buddy if you pre-share the key, because it's using AES 128 and 256. So I'm actually working on getting a bunch of these to my family. Not these specific ones, but any Meshtastic device, because I'm trying to plan for situations that the cell network and the internet is out. And before you go like, oh, that's a tinfoil hat thing. No, the tinfoil hat thing is at the tinfoil hat making competition at DEF CON. That is an actual thing, by the way. That is not a joke. There is the tinfoil hat making competition. Are you a prepper? Not really. More of a ethical hacker. Cybersecurity is my background, so one of the things we talk about in cybersecurity is what we call the CIA triad. No, not that CIA before you think about it. Confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Those are the three pillars that we have to focus on in cybersecurity. And availability is, of course, a big thing. So we have to think about, if you're in a down situation, what do you do? So that's why I'm in the ham radio. I have my ham license, my GMRS license, and I do Meshtastic. We had 1,700 people doing Meshtastic comms. Let me see if Chief is a mythical hacker. What's up, Colonel? So, actually, I can pull up... I have a TikTok video that shows, my, little, Meshtastic device. We had, Hey, thank you for the follow, Paul Ducks. From Ohio. Are you doing Wu-Tang? Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to... But here, let me pull up, I got some videos that were here from TikTok. We have Empress Digital over here showing us the voting machines getting hacked. We had a Caesar Cypher over here. We had me at the range. The pool parties. The pool parties were excellent. DEF CON pool party are awesome. But this was the Meshtastic device I use. So this is a LilyGo T-Deck. I have that upstairs charging in my bedroom. I normally have that with me every day because I like to be prepared for off-grid comms. And I do talk with a few people. And I've actually been noticing that the Meshtastic network's getting built out a little bit more in my city. So I'm actually now able to hit downtown all the way from where I'm at now in 3 hops. So that's been really cool to see. I'm still waiting for my solar node to come in. But yeah, this little video here, 1,682 nodes. That's how many I had seen at DEF CON. That was really cool. You're chatting with like almost 1,700 people offline, no internet, no cell phone. Oh, speaking of that, TID Radio hit me up and... they want me to review some radios that they have. I think it was the M14, M15. They're sending me a couple of these. They look interesting. So I'm curious how they work because they say they're 4G radios, but they're probably using 4G cell network for it. They come with a 1-year plan built in. So that'll be interesting how that works. So I'll be using that probably to test out because it's going to be needing 4G comms. So it's probably still cell-based, but I'm curious what the advantage is there. And I still got to program my DMR. A to B MCOB. Does this provide integrity? Not sure what you mean by that. Maybe the text messed up when it was sent to me. I think I'll get a lockpick set when I decide to move to Minnesota. I don't want to deal with Ohio cops for it. The Ohio cops won't really bother you for it as much as you think it is. Just shove it in your backpack, or better yet, remember the backpack I told you all to get? So, one of my favorite companies is 511 for a lot of your physical OPSEC stuff. And Like, I love their pants. They have like 7 pockets in it, but they have this backpack. So it's right on the front page here. The Rush series, they have a multicam version now, but they have a double shot one that I use. So the 12 is what I have. I'll just pull up one. I'll just pull up the, here we go. That's what I have, but I have it in two-tone double shot, as they call it. And what you can do is, if they have the image over here. Oh, I think I know what it is. My firewall's blocking a bunch of the crap going in. So they have... Do they have a picture to show you? Nope. So there's a hidden pocket in here. So you see where that little tab is over here? I'll have to do a video to show it. But inside there, there's a pocket in between. It's great. That's how I put my a couple of tools and stuff like that. So, yeah. Your clothing are part of your security just as much as anything. Chain wallets are great. But yeah. So we definitely got to do some more tinkering and all that stuff. But I definitely want to spend a couple of minutes. We were dealing with the cartel over at Schedule 1. So we're going to get into the little gaming on Linux section over here. I miss having a chain on my wallet. It kept breaking. So I found a really great chain wallet that I actually hacked together a chain wallet that I really liked. So I got a clasp I really liked from Amazon, and I got a chain wallet from another, I don't think it was Amazon. I think I got it on Etsy. Cut the clasp on the old wallet chain, and then I put the basically the chain you see me with. It's funny because whenever I make like TikToks and stuff like that, people are always like, "Do you hear a chain rattling?" I'm like, "Yes, it's me." But yeah, chain wallet. I love a chain wallet. I've worn them for many years. And the cool thing when you have the 511, jeans that I have, because they have 7 pockets. So you can put the pocket there. Then what I do is I tuck the chain right behind the pocket where the wallet is. Like, not the pocket where the wallet is. There's another pocket behind the wallet pocket. And then, you can tuck it in there. And then it's sleek, discreet for work. It's office friendly. Spencer wallet chains are weak. Yeah, so you gotta go get a proper wallet chain. There's some great vendors on Etsy. And I found, it was very hard to find my combo. It took me, probably a few weeks of searching to figure out what I wanted to get. So, we're gonna do some Schedule 1. So basically, we've been just trying to kill a lot of time when it comes to the gaming side of things until Borderlands 4 comes out. Yeah. Borderlands! I've been waiting for that game for a while. Not as long as Elder Scrolls 6. Still worried Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be a flop because Bethesda just ain't doing that great. Bethesda is, Starfield was a good example. You try my game? What game? Hey, Govy Cat, I'm doing all right, buddy. Yes. Okay, so where was I? Oh, right. Desert Skyrider on Steam. If one of my mods are there, could you just make a note of that in my Discord, please? And thank you. Okay, so let's go to my dealer. Give me my money. If this were that easy, college would have been a much more fun time. Because let me tell you, college was very tough when you were trying to sell dimes. You recommend me to start as a help desk or IT support for cybersecurity? Define IT support. I mean, help desk definitely is a decent start. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. No matter what, you're gonna probably start with the words. The bottom of the barrel when it comes to different job positions. Hey, thank you for the follow, dumbback. But yeah, you'll probably end up with, you know, as I call it, like, paying your dues, support to analyst, to specialist, maybe. I would look at positions that give you the most exposure to at least touching different fields. The reason why is you want to have a well-rounded exposure to different things. Help desk in many ways can do that, but it depends on the setups they have. Oh, great. My dealers walked away. Well. Yeah, MSP. Why didn't I not think about that? I worked at an MSP for like 5 years. MSPs are probably the best choice. I will be honest with you. MSPs are definitely going to work you to the bone, comparatively, but you're going to get the most exposure to many different fields. Because when I was in an MSP, I was basically doing IT support, server administration, firewalls, networking, running cables, anything it called for, which gave me a lot of exposure to all sorts of different things, which led to the career that I have. Now, you don't get paid nearly as well as you should in these careers, but in that job, but you can then use the skills that you build to level up. MSP is a managed service provider. So basically, a lot of companies can't afford to hire IT internally. Because you think about it, even a basic IT person is going to be like, what, $50K a year? Like, very basic if we're talking low end there. With benefits, everything like that, you're probably shelling out close to 75 or more, plus payroll tax and everything like that. So what you can do is you can offset that cost. There we go. By, there we go. You can have them offset that cost by hiring an MSP, which basically does all the IT management. The company gets like a few techs dedicated to them. But an MSP, there's probably about 8 to 12 clients per technician that you have. So we basically do the IT. Now, the thing is, you're going to get a lot of context switching and gear shifting because you're going to have to know various different environments that clients are operating. So it's definitely a little bit more work, I'd say, than other positions, but I'd say it's more rewarding in the knowledge that you get. But don't expect to, like, have a MSP be your, like, beginning and end career. I know some people who love it, but I'm one of those people that, while I enjoyed it, I'm thankful I'm no longer doing it. Oh, I could probably put the bat back. Alright, let's go cut my drugs. Drugs. Now, kids, don't do drugs. Stay in school. So MSP's second-party help desk, like contracting out IT? Yeah. So a lot of companies, what they do is they will hire them to be their sole IT or offset or augment their IT. So, like, we would have some bigger clients that would maybe have, like, one help desk person or maybe two. They do a lot of the basic stuff. Then we'd come in, do the networking, the firewalls, and a lot of that. But their help desk would at least be there for the initial troubleshooting. But then you had, like, clients that were much smaller. You know, like, we're talking, like, 5, 10, 15 clients. Okay, so now... Are you kidding me? Am I out of... I forgot to buy jars. Fine. We shall do this. Running out of frickin' space. Oh, and I gave my, dealer all the meth. So they apparently did the cartel edition, so we had our first run-in with the cartel yesterday. Probably be playing this for a little while. Flipping between this and Helldivers, too, for, until Borderlands comes. And then... probably gonna be... doing Borderlands for a minute. I've been looking forward to that game for a while. Let's buy a bunch of jars. We can come back and get those in a sec. I gotta jar all my shiz. Whee! But yeah, if you're looking to start out a job, MSP is great, but I don't know what the scene's like now because I know when I was starting, there were a lot of MSPs were starting to get gobbled up, but yeah. Yeah, so MSP is like tier 1 and 2 for organization. Small companies may use them for everything. Yep, absolutely. But it's what gave me a lot of my big start. Here, hold on. We gotta get some music out here. Give me a sec. Let's play The Prince of Darkness. And we're primarily with partners and MSPs. Private equity and consolidation has definitely changed it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because you're no longer finding, like, a lot of the small companies anymore to do a lot of this stuff. Oh, yeah, definitely tons of opportunities, but I definitely wouldn't think of MSP being the career choice for me to stay in. I'm literally making 2 times the amount of money I was doing at an MSP after I had been there and gotten raises and everything. Customers that still use them tend to be very local, regional. Well, yeah. Because once you get to a certain point and you get a larger company, you kind of need to get in-house IT. At a certain point, it makes sense. I think the largest client I supported while I was in an MSP was about 300 seats. Oh yeah, Aussie definitely rules. The only thing I don't like about this game is I know it makes things a lot easier because it's a game. Because I remember when I was doing some of this stuff in college, this was not that easy. You talked about VPN stuff yet? Yeah, so we talked about, was it FADPA? No, DAFPA? It was basically the stuff that was going to ban the VPNs, and there's also the Block Beard Act that they're talking about, which that's a bipartisan bill, proving once again, as I always say, Democrats and Republicans both suck in different ways. What the hell? God damn, I got weed everywhere. Okay, so let's unpack one. Put that there. We got OG over here. Oh, that's Sour D. That's Green Crack. Gotcha. Whoops. Geek Squad, Apple, MSP, Corp Admin, Enterprise Admin, InfoSec Sales. Nice. I started as a Staples Easy Tech, MSP, and then... went into corporate IT for another company, and then got burnt out, went back to MSP. Long story for the burnout. Had to deal with Russian oligarchs. No joke. Yeah, there was a company I worked with that was literally trying to hide the fact that they were owned by Russian oligarchs. And, they were doing some shisty things. Yeah, one of these days, my buddy and I are going to have to do a Sky Talk on what we had to deal with. We're actually talking about that. I hired 1 support per 1,500 end users, plus 1 to 2 corp help desk. At a small company, hired 6 help desk and a manager for 13,000. Yeah, well, when you're in corporate, it's a little bit different than MSP. I think, like, where I work, we've got, what is it, about 7,000 users, and we've got, help desk-wise, I think we got, like, 5. This does not include call center. Oh, call center's a whole other bag of, you know, BS to deal with. I used to be a VoIP admin. I do not wish that upon my worst enemy. Well, maybe. I used to have to deal with asterisk PBX back in the days of, it was, the caller ID was breaking when, people had an ampersand in their, call. It was the funniest shit. Okay, so we can probably plant some plants at least. Alright, so let's get 3 of these. 3 of these. 2 of these. And 2 of these. PBX, been a minute since those days. Yeah, I used to do asterisk PBX. That was a pain. I remember the one company I worked for told us, like, hey, we want to run our own. And I literally was like, that is going to be the dumbest idea that you have come up with. And like, well, we're going to save so much money. Yeah, our PBX got pwned because we didn't get the secure things in time like we wanted to. And we got hijacked to do calls in, like, Nigeria for, like, 3 days. Ran up a $20,000 bill. Yep. I remember literally going to that owner and, like, what the hell did I tell you? And he's like, yeah, you were right. And I'm like, and you didn't want to spend the couple extra $1,000, you know, to do everything right. And I'm like, and now you're paying 10 times the price in just 3 days of BS. PBX systems are always getting popped because a lot of the call centers are like that scams and all that. They're literally using the compromised PBX systems off of legitimate companies to do the calls for it and route it through. That's why sometimes you get calls from like a local number, but it's not really that local. All right, I guess we got to do some cleanup. You know, because my little bungalow is starting to look as dirty as Asmongold streams. No Roach Motel here. That's how it goes. Just found you through your friends. Don't let your friends run their own email server video. I'm sure you're right about it being a pain in the ass, but I'm going to do it anyway. I mean, yeah, you can definitely do it, but I'm going to tell you, like, you're going to quickly be like, oh my God, Chief was right. Why did I do this to myself? I hate myself. Unless, of course, you're a masochist. Some people are into that, you know? Some people like to be bound. Some people like to make email servers, you know? To each their own. I don't kink shame. Server, I barely know her. Oh, God damn it, I should have known with that punt it was you devils. Hey, Dan Sullivan, thank you for the follow. Happy hacking, buddy. I know. Exchange for SMB was kind of easy. New hosting was practically discouraged by Microsoft. Well, yeah, you got to make sure that you have a clean IP and everything. There's so much that goes into it. Plus, most residential ISPs are blocking port 25 because they don't want you to run your own email server because of the spam attacks that used to come about people's machines. I'm a Fischler. I'm a hustler, baby. Haven't seen that video. Gonna put it on for later. Assume hosting your own email server has gotten more complicated over time. Oh yeah, absolutely. Because not only do you have to worry about SPF, DKIM, SPF and DMARC, but now you probably want to do DKIM. Then there's like more complications. You got to make sure IP's clean. You got to make sure, you know, port 25 is open. You got to make sure there's so many things into it. And now there's a new standard for email for, any of you in enterprise IT, BIMI, brand identifier message indicator. Basically, it's a way for you to know if someone is spamming or spoofing another email provider. The only one issue is I know Google and a couple others have adopted it, but Microsoft still hasn't implemented it. $88. Clean pipe, SPF, DMARC, DKIM, BEC. Well, clean IP. So you have to do like a check with like Spam House and stuff like that. We can fix a single issue. No, you're thinking of Windows when you get a blue screen. I actually barely futz with the Linux side of things. I mean, if you lease a line on a blacklist, you're dead in the water to start. Oh yeah, it's such a pain to make sure to get a clean IP these days. More of a BSD guy. I like BSD better for the networking, but I definitely am using Linux more so. Like, I like PF Sense better for my firewall because I like PF a little bit more. Oh, that's what you mean? Okay, I see what you mean, buddy. It's a shame I never got to see Ozzy perform in person. That'd have been dope. You like Termux? Like Tmux or Termux? Not familiar with Termux. Tmux I'm familiar with for sure. I found out that's actually pre-installed on the ZPA app connectors for Zscaler. The Zscaler private access connectors. Had tickets for Motorhead, then Lemmy died. Ooh. Well, I at least got to go to Sonic Temple earlier in the summer, and I got to see Alice Cooper, Rob Zombie, Metallica, all in one night. That was really sweet. I didn't get to see them on the Linkin Park night because I only won the ticket for that one night. Work had a little raffle, and I got to see that, and I got to meet Lars Ulrich as part of it, too. Yeah, we don't really have as much of a festival culture in the US as, like, say, the UK, which is kind of a bummer. Because festivals are few and far here, but, like, you can go to Leeds. Like, my ex, she's British. She used to go to festivals all the time when she was in the, because she lived in the UK. Oh, Lars, haha. It was pretty good. Although I was really, really tempted to ask him about, you know, what does he think about Napster? Or, what did he, what was it? If he was a Megadeth fan. You can use space to drop in, pretty sure. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I've barely played this game. Like, the last time I played this game before I played it, last stream, was on 420 for the meme. That old drama will never die between those two bands. Oh, absolutely. I don't think it will. But it is still funny to see how we control them. Megadeth's gonna hang it up now, though. Yeah, the problem is all of those great bands, they're now starting to literally die out. I mean, you had Ozzy, you had, all the greats are gonna die, and this is one thing that upsets me, is I don't think we're gonna have, we don't really have as many great bands as we used to. Get the moon. Great to see Mastodon, Iron Maiden, and Rancid in one show. Oh, that would be a nice one. I almost got to see Mastodon, but they were on a different night when I went to the Sonic Temple. Look at the moon. Look at the moon. This game is about cybersecurity. Sorry, I don't. No. It's about drugs. I mean, if we start selling on the darknet, maybe. Bad game. No 0.5G is a crime in itself. Yeah, I kind of have to agree with that. That is a crime in and of itself. Good God. I have so many jars. I wish I had that much when I used to smoke. Drug and cybersecurity have an odd amount of overlap in the kind of people into them. Look, if you go to DEF CON, you're gonna smell that everywhere. Alright, what am I supposed to do here? Pocket the moon. Pocket the moon. I always do this. I always forget about the little step. Okay, let's at least go put more cash in the dead drop over there. Do I need experience or certs? Experience is always going to matter more than pieces of paper. Are you talking about to get a job? Oh, MSPs? Yeah, a lot of them will just take you on if you just show, what's the word? That's what I was looking for. A lot of them will take you on as long as you can show basic competence and that, you know, a willingness to learn. Oh, I already got a G in there. Cool. That's my meth dealer. Okay, so, a bungalow. Okay. I want to hire an employee. All right, let's see about getting a network set up now. Oh yeah, I should probably... Smartest and be using a white mid as your runner. Okay, so where's the management clipboard? Oh. Okay, 1x pot. Oh, I gotta... Oh, I see what I gotta do. Okay, so I gotta go get myself a, I see what I gotta do. Gotta go get myself a shelf. Set up an intermediary for it to dump and then be picked up. Alright, come on. We're gonna get this set up. DFSense or some open source firmware, set up a NAS, free NAS. Yep. There's also a great PDF in my Discord, HBX sent a while ago. It's in the pinned posts. It has like 600 pages of, oh, there we go. Destination. All right, so I'm hoping I'm getting this right. Oh, neat. How can I get that to get him to select multiple ones? Oh, I can assign you packing stations? The locker. Oh, I gotta get an actual locker. How do I... There we go. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Okay, so now... Let's select these, manage those, destination. Okay, cool. Place cash in the botanist's locker. Oh. So I need to set up locker. Okay. Locker. Oh, I need another locker. Interesting. Do I really have to select? Alright, I gotta get the Benzies family, apparently. Oh, but I probably should... Messages... Okay, we got 6 hours for that. That should be plenty of time. The hell? I just kept running. I was doing the running man. Alright, so now I want to put... I'm using Pop! OS Linux. Download a trial of MS Azure, set up an Active Directory, Entra ID. Boom, hireable. Pretty much. Those aren't bad advice. You can even get an inexpensive Office 365 subscription that has Entra built into it. Tie that in. I have an SSO built in with mine for, whatchamacallit. We're just running around with a clipboard, I guess. All right. W game choice. Pop! OS, how well does it run your games? You have an NVIDIA or I have an NVIDIA GPU, 3070, and yeah, this game's been working pretty well for me. I'm trying to basically just kill time until Borderlands. Oh. Wait, we gotta get to the map. Where's the North End overpass? Oh, I think I know where it is. Supplier meeting. Oh, okay. That was weird. For some reason, my guy just was locking up. What the hell? Like I was saying, my guy just like would not stop running. It was weird. I wanted to get a nice load. Ah! What the hell is with my controls lately? It feels like this update's kind of buggy. I'll put the spell on you. Alright, supplies. Oh. Nice. I'm sure I'm not doing this right. Do you have a book on Linux and networking? I don't have a book, but, you should be able to do quite a bit of that, too. There are quite a few books that you can definitely use. Alright, we need Sour D. I'm sure I'm not doing the thing right. There are some books in my Discord that can help out. One person put a book in that actually can, it's like 600 pages of different home labs and experiments that you can do to learn a bunch of things. It's the pin post in the general chat. Alright, I gotta go drop off the stuff to the cartel. I don't know why it's like stuttering so much. I feel like this update's made skateboarding and stuff a little bit more buggy. Y'all gonna search me? F that. F the 5-0. I never read a book until the CISSP and went to school for biology. Information is free. Well, you were reading, you just weren't reading paper books. Oh, got another roadblock up ahead. It's kind of funny how these cops, like, see a guy running in the woods and don't think anything about it. Newbies need to realize the industry changes constantly, that they're learning to stop. Yeah, it annoys me in a way how many people are like, do you have any books on cybersecurity? And I have to keep telling them, by the time it's written in a book, it's out of date 2 to 3 years. I've never really read a book for any of my cybersecurity knowledge except for my CISSP study guide. Okay. Oh. So how do I get these guys working then?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Has no discern. User management clipboard to assign a destination for each of my pots and make sure the destination isn't full. Oh, I see. Like I'm missing. Ah, yeah, I knew I was missing a pot. Ah. There we go. Nice. All right. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out the nuances of this. Shot in the dark. I shouldn't have let that other person go, because now I know what we need to do. Okay. Alright, let's go to my dealer. There's another cop car. Those cop cars are slowly growing. Benji, stop working. You need to put them in bags. I still have these grow tents over here. I wish I could just, like, throw a middle finger up at them. We need a message. Albert. May as well order some more seeds. There we go. Now he's fully loaded. Oh, the warehouse should be opening up soon. Okay, so now... Alright, so now we got my fixer. We gotta go get that Ooh. How do these cops just allow you to, like, walk around and do that? Hey, poppers. Alright, I need to get another packaging station over here. Routes. Oh, nice. I'm probably gonna need to hire another dealer soon. Okay, so I need to get them. Okay, cool. I'm now another hustler. I can get Addy. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm gonna need more soil. But first, let's see how much money he's made. Alright, let's go get the seeds. Wait, no. We don't have enough space. We can get that later. This is Rossman running to deal with big tech lobbyist simulator. Funny. No. I'm gonna have to start hustling. That could be a good game. Oh yeah, it definitely could be. Oh shit. I'm out of Okay, we got a mixing station here. We're out of jars. That's what the issue is. Yeah, it's schedule 1. Alright, so we need to get... what was it I needed to get? Jars! Okay, so we got our jars. Okay, so we gotta go get the, other jars, drop them in, keep her busy. I can definitely see how I'm gonna need a janitor soon. Fentanyl fold lean while grinding. Oh, that's funny. Okay, cool. Let's save the game. And I think that's a good time for us to call it a night. Because it's getting a little bit late. I do have work tomorrow. I love y'all. So we will definitely be picking up... Let's see, it's Wednesday. I may stream on Friday. But for sure, the next planned is on Sunday evening. And then, of course, there's movie night on Saturday night over in the Discord server. So make sure, if you haven't already, follow me on all of my socials. I'm on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, TikTok. I have Blue Sky. I have Mastodon. We have the Discord server. We have the Matrix server, of course. So if you haven't already, please join those communities. And as always, stay safe. I love all of you. And happy hacking. Stick around for the raid if you're ever on Twitch. But I will see y'all later. Happy hacking.